Hello.
Hello. Hey, I
Hi.
offered you this before, but mayhaps you could have it again. Would you like a carrot?
Sure, I'd like a carrot.
Okay, I will eat it for you. Delicious.
What are you doing?
Right now, I'm eating a carrot.
You're
It's
eating why are you eating a carrot on the podcast?
because I'm hungry and carrots are good for you.
Please don't eat
Why?
into the microphone.
Okay. Is this better?
See, the problem is that before I was just taking the complaints of people that were upset, but now I have to hear it, and that's not
Oh, that's
okay.
right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
We should probably address the elephant in the room.
are you a prepper now?
I am not a prepper.
Do you hate
However,
do you hate the UCA and the goddamn bridges?
I mean, yeah, but that's not why I'm at home today. So for those of you who cannot see me right now, hello. I'm currently in my home, sitting on my couch with a carrot. And the reason for that is because I am jealous of Wooly getting to do the podcast in his pajamas. But I cannot appropriately leave the house wearing my pajamas. So fuck it.
Sounds like everyone bought it. Okay. So,
No, the for real answer is that unfortunately we seem to be going through a trying time in the world today, what with Corona. And as there are some cases in Montreal, Paige and I are trying to limit our exposure to everything and everyone because if anybody sneezes on that woman, she will just instantly die, as she has a compromised lupus-based immune system. So I'm doing my part, which is not going over to your house and touching your thing.
right. So,
Which
prep.
I do when you're not looking.
So, prepper then.
Well, I've gotten to eat some really delicious breakfasts out of it because Paige is actually a really good cook.
Are there what's the last human being you've seen? Is it just Uber Eats?
No, this is like people at the grocery store.
Okay.
Because you gotta get food from the grocery store.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out what degree of cuz there's the there's the clear stated concern, and then
Mm-hmm.
there's the goblins, and the goblins are going to
Mm-hmm.
take whatever the reasonable level of concern is and crank that bitch up just a little bit. So
So the funny thing,
if you tell me that you got your hazmat suit in the mail coming in an Amazon box, this is where I'm not too surprised, but I'm trying to.
no, that'd be ridiculous.
Would it? Would it?
No.
What wouldn't? Tell me what wouldn't be ridiculous.
What wouldn't be ridiculous? I don't know, man. Like, before the grocery store, I think the last human person we saw was at a local restaurant we go to. But Uber Eats, in particular, because those are just regular Uber drivers who are going back into and from the airport, Uber Eats had to go right away. Like that was like the single most like, no, no.
Okay, well, here we are.
Hey man, when I get sick and die, you'll be thankful that I didn't get you too.
That's how it's gonna go.
Yeah, maybe. Fuck it.
I hope that you are able to make the best of uh this new world of Street Fighter 3 that you find yourself trapped in?
It honestly changes precious little about my life, and that has me somewhat concerned.
I
had this moment of like,
You're
you're
on quarantine lockdown, they say. What changes?
This
Yeah.
and almost nothing else.
This is what.
So
that's about it.
It's one of those things, you know, when people say, I'm going to boycott all of EA's games. And you're like, well, that's really easy because all they put out is dog shit now. There's nothing that I actually want to get from the EA now.
You know, it turns out you've been living in quarantine for a while now. So
I think the funniest thing is I was thinking about this the other day. Do you remember back in the day, around the first time when we first knew each other, I used to get chronic bronchitis every single year?
I don't.
Okay, well, I did. I get horrible bronchitis every year around a flu season. And then I stopped getting chronic bronchitis every year. And I was like, huh, that's weird. Oh, lucky me. And I never put it together that was because I stopped getting it once I stopped working at the grocery store.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Once I stopped being face-to-face, person-to-person with 10,000 people a day.
Yeah.
For every day of the week.
Yeah, that makes sense. This is a little bit not that, but sure. I think the news said yesterday that we are at 2. Number 2 was discovered yesterday
in our local area,
and the city known as Montreal. Actually, they said Quebec. They didn't say Montreal. They said number 2 in Quebec. So that is a 100% increase from 1.
One's up at the Jewish General in the isolation room or whatever, and the other is in the Montérégie region, which is where I used to live. They got back from a cruise.
So yeah, that's where we're at.
Hey man, I'll be real. I'm honestly not too worried about it, and if I got it, I'd totally be fine because I'm fucking young and strong, and obviously in the peak of physical fitness. But the people in my close proximity would die instantly, so can't have that.
Fair enough.
Man, eating these carrots on the podcast was a great idea. Oh yeah, go for it. These are such delicious carrots. Oh, all of you guys should have some carrots.
Did you just someone to turn on a blender?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Well,
you don't know what's happening here. Anything could be happening.
You know, that's the kind of the problem, actually. That's kind of the problem, but that's fine. That's fine. We can make do.
My dick could be out just below camera. You can't stop that. Yeah, below camera.
Twitch can stop that very quickly. Very, very quickly. All right, listen. This is an audio podcast after all.
Ostensibly.
So, why don't you talk to me about your week?
Yo, dude, did you play World of Horror?
Not yet.
Dude, it's fucking incredible. It's absolutely fucking awesome.
I hear a lot of good things about it, and I've gotten it recommended enough that I do intend to take a look at it, but I just have not done so yet.
It is a one-person game made by some chap or possibly lady, I'm not sure. Their name is kind of unisex and Polish out in Poland. And it is a old-timey, like 1980s adventure game roguelike based on like Lovecraft and Junji Ito.
The art style looks pretty sick. Looks like, yeah, I assume the whole thing is black and white and like hand-drawn, right? From what I saw.
So, the whole game is black and white. It's you have graphics options to choose between 1-bit or 2-bit Do you want to have shading at all of any kind? If so, oh wow, look at the graphics. But you actually have like it feels like 50 different palettes. It feels like you can have everything from like red, like bright, shocking reds to like blue, or like all these different weird palettes.
And they give
The
you the
current one that
options.
Oh yeah, you just go in the options and just go to the palette button and just hit left or right, or it asks you when you start a game. I'm currently using one called Mondo, which is like a newspaper, kind of yellowy with like red background.
Is Elmo freaking out?
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay.
That's our special guest.
Okay.
Oh, don't apologize, Elmo. It's fine. I knew he was going to do this. That's a value. That's a value add. What a good cat. Sounds like a human baby crying, but I'm not Xbox Live man.
No.
Drowning my baby in the background.
No, it sounds like a cat.
This baby is overweight and not drowning. But anyway,
World of Horror.
It's so fucking fantastic. The UI is a mess. It's an actual nightmare. It's 100% mouse driven. I don't think there's a single keyboard command in the entire game.
That's nice because I like the ability to lean back and kind of like one arm it.
The only problem with that is that like there are a lot of things where you're going to be like attacking and you go click click. I want to prep the attack, then attack, then prep the attack, then attack, then launch, and it's just there's a lot of downtime.
Mm-hmm.
It's an early access, but even in its early access state, it is so high quality and so polished.
It's early access. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's at 0.9 to 0.11, and it's getting updated every couple of days. The next patch to come out will be the one that enables mod support. And mod support in that game is basically there are event packs. So you'll say turn on the World of Horror base game, and the World of Horror base game contains 100 event cards that can play in various locations. And the next patch will come out and you'll be able to make card packs essentially, or event packs, so that you could just add more to the World of Horror. You could do your own like different type of things. Think of it as adding event cards to like a board game.
But they add content to the actual video game.
Yeah, and
which is what genre?
And it is a roguelike. It is a roguelike, excuse me.
Okay.
A roguelike adventure game.
Okay.
Do 5 mysteries, of which there are, I want to say, 15 randomized. Get to the lighthouse, stop the Elder God from rising again.
And cards add extra enemies.
Well, I'm calling them cards. They're just event packs. There's currently, I think, 140 events in the game. But considering you can make events that are just text, they don't need any art. Like once the mod support comes out, people will be able to make like giant content packs that have like 100 different things. Like, hey, do you want to recreate the entirety of Uzumaki in a like adventure game, choose your own adventure style? Like, go for it.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, that sounds a lot like a board game I picked up for Table Lords. I haven't played it yet, but yeah, Betrayal on House on Haunted Hill. Betrayal at the House on the Hill is like it was kind of described in a similar manner to what you're saying.
It's really, really clearly modeled after those games.
Okay.
It's incredible. It's what I've been blowing most of my week on. I've beaten it with almost every character. I've beaten it on almost every background, which are stuff like you're either hunted by the cult, or you're frail, or you have a curse that kills all your allies if they join your party, but you start with extra money, etc.
What's the closest thing it resembles as a platformer?
Darkest Dungeon, if it was a adventure game.
I guess, I mean, like, does it feel like blasphemous? Does it feel like Dead Cells? Does it feel like
I'm no, it's an adventure game.
Rogue Legacy?
Wooly,
Sorry,
it's
I meant that I'm okay. Wait, it is not. Sorry, I thought you said action. All right. Okay.
no, Wooly, it's an adventure game. You're clicking on text boxes and
Point and click adventure.
Yeah, point and click adventure. Like combat is like old school, like Shin Megami Tensei, where there's a giant person's head on the screen.
Okay. All right, never mind. Okay.
Oh, by the way, I had a joke ready for the beginning of the podcast, and I forgot to say it. Hey, everyone. Welcome to iTunes #2 video game podcast in the U.S. Hey, we're going to be celebrating that by literally phoning it in from now on. Ha 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 ha. No, just for timing.
We've yeah, that's super cool. We've been one before.
All right, now that we're on top, just give up.
We've been higher, but that's pretty good.
Well, you sound exhausted. Did Spring Forward kick your ass?
No, I'm okay. I'm good.
I don't like Spring Forward. I don't care for it.
Yeah, you lose the hour.
I don't like it.
Everything gets darker faster, which,
Or
you know, like, I get it. You lose precious daytime, but also, like, I've learned to, like, be productive at night, so I kind of don't mind that much. I feel like, you know, like, the quicker we get this day over with, the faster we can start nighttime, and the more we can have that nighttime working feeling.
I'm not a big fan of being an hour closer to the European. The increased temporal proximity to the Europeans makes me uncomfortable. Because as we know, Europeans smell.
But it's like, if the daytime is going to be shitty and gray and wintry, then, like, who cares about that hour? It's a shitty hour anyway. You know?
Yeah, I just don't
it's
like
not
how
if it was an hour of summer, if it was an hour of nice, you know, cool wind and breeze and, like, lounging outside, then cool. But it's not. It's a shitty, slushy, frozen gray hour that we're losing. So fuck that hour. That hour can eat shit.
I think the worst part about Swing Forward is the exact, like, because me and you are up super late, right?
What are you playing? What are you playing?
I'm playing Final Fantasy.
Are you playing? You're playing Final Fantasy 14 right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Does that offend you?
You know what? No, it doesn't. Have at it. How's your fucking raid going?
Raid. I'm doing daily shit. I'm not even looking at the screen.
You're doing your dailies. Okay, that's great.
Yeah. I'm phoning it in, man. Go whole hog. What? Show it on screen. You people are assholes. This is an audio podcast.
All right. Well, while you do that, forgive me while I get my tep-in on, because.
Oh, this is good. I like this.
I'm back in championship rank, and
dude, you keep flying right the fuck back up there.
Yeah, I can't get. I see. So my ranking, I got to 985 world.
Mm-hmm.
So 985 is in ranking in total is not that bad, but I can't get higher than that. It's pretty fucking hard to crack that top 500. So,
well, I mean, you could just say, hey man, hey top 1,000 Teppen players, let's all have a big party, and then you go and smash their kneecaps with little hammers.
See, and then the problem is that, like, you log back in, and then that number changes because as people, like, start to move and shift around in the rankings, you're in that top 1,000, but then you get pushed back down again. And now 0 came out, and 0 is a motherfucker, so, you know, it's tricky.
Does that mean that every single time you log in, you're going to log in and it's going to be like, hey, congrats, you lost 15 ranks?
Because the numbers are shifting, so whatever you get to is that, you know, you're still, like, ranked in the entire fucking thing. So it is what it is, you know. They changed the meta. Now Chun-Li has a yawn Her yawn is better, and there's a lot of yawn meta decks that are fucking annoying to fight. So it is what it is. It's fine.
I can't. I like listening to the phrase yawn meta deck come out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Is the most acid trip fucking nightmare that like. So I have a question about Teth.
Go for it.
And you might or may not be able to answer this because you said they changed the meta.
They change the meta every season. Generally, when a new character comes out, it'll end up rebalancing things because they introduce a new mechanic or something like that. Like Akuma came out and he introduced ascending to the meta, so it gets a little bit harder to do shit.
So I guess my question is mainly about the phrasing. Is it the kind of thing, because games either come out and they either change the meta on purpose or the meta happens to change?
It's deliberate. They're paying attention to it. They're definitely paying attention to it because people are complaining about, certain things being too hard to fight, and they kind of like introduce a new mechanic that will oftentimes like make it easier to deal with the currently too strong thing, but then also add an aspect to it where it's like, let's imagine if you played a version of, to use any analogy for like any genre that has PvP in it, imagine if an entirely new mechanic started to exist that didn't exist before. You'd have to now put that into consideration into whatever strategy you planned for. If there was a meter that didn't exist,
pick, but it wins every time. Oh my god!
If there was a meter that didn't exist before, then it wouldn't. Whatever you were planning with your meta originally, whatever your game plan was, it's not going to work. So Akuma comes out, right? And he adds a mechanic where when someone puts a card down, they can put a card down on top of there. I just beat Akuma. Fuck you.
Congratulations.
So
is that a human? I assume.
And then basically there's things in the game where you can fuck someone over by having them stick a character in a slot, and then like you can use fly to attack past that slot and directly hurt the hero, and all kinds of shit. And then Akuma can like overwrite and kill any of his units by dropping a unit on top of it, and that allows a lot of people's strategies and setups for whatever they're fighting to change, and fucks up a lot of shit. So, that's what's up. That's what's up. It does change, and it's intended. I think everything's intended at this point, especially when they post on Twitter like, hey, are you annoyed by this? You should use this to counter it. Okay,
that's not just, because that actually segues into what I was thinking of, which is there's a difference between them changing the meta and the meta changing, and then there's the third option, which is prescribing a new meta.
Okay.
Which is like, hey, that thing was really strong last season. What if you did this instead? And just literally telling people what the new hotness is. It's funny because I play 14 in Destiny, right?
You mind if I do my draws right now? You mind if I do my draws?
Yeah, fucking do your. Yeah,
I'll do my draws.
I don't know what that means.
I got a bunch of spare tickets, so I can see if I'm getting any. I'm like I like my deck, so I don't mind. I don't mind
that. What does that mean?
So I'm gonna do my draws right here. I'm gonna.
Okay, but so you're gonna be drawing. What is?
I'm drawing cards, drawing new cards.
Oh, you're drawing cards.
Yeah.
Like with a pencil.
No, I'm pulling out new cards to add to my shit because I've kind of like.
Oh. Who'd you get?
Well, from the looks of it, I'm seeing Pyron. I'm seeing Mr. X. Rebecca Chambers.
These are good cards.
I'm seeing a Monster Hunter thing. I don't know what it is. And yeah. Oh, there's a Charlie. Well, there's a bunch of new cards that are. How about that? Mr. X probably looks like he's a good card. Oh, there's a Zero. Yeah, there's some good stuff in here.
You got Zero. Weren't you just talking about Zero coming out?
Yeah. There's some decent stuff in here. Ooh, I have a shiny Colin.
There's shinies in this
There's shinies in this game. So I got a Colin, and she's shining. She's super shiny. Yeah. Look at her go. How about that? We're going gacha.
Yeah, man. Gambling. Hey. Gambling.
I got Ed from Street Fighter. So there's that. It's pretty, yeah. The only thing is that, of course, you know, if we're doing this, then we're doing this. If we're doing this, then we're doing this, motherfucker. All right. So yeah. So.
Tell me about your SSRs, man.
Well, I don't know what that is, but I'll tell you what. I have a deck that I'm happy with, and because I'm happy with that deck, I don't really care about buying new cards ever. So I've got tons of like stored free tickets to buy new cards.
Can you burn them down to create like dust to create
Yes,
cards you want?
exactly. You can totally burn duplicates. You burn duplicates to create dust.
Well,
for
holy
cards.
shit! There you go, man.
You know, but like the current deck I have gets me all the way to champ every time, and like if I get a good luck of the draw, I can crush it. So like, why would I fuck with that? I think I've achieved pretty solid balance with my current deck. So the two legendaries I got Beautiful Romance, which is Zero and Iris going out on a date, hanging out, having a nice time.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's Zero and Iris hanging out.
Do you flip that card and he goes, "What am I fighting for?"
Well, it gives a random green unit in your hand or EX pocket plus 2 HP and minus 1 MP. So you can call them out faster and they get more life for it. That's a pretty good card. And here's Sherry Birkin.
Oh my god, which version?
She's wearing a furry white coat. She's wearing
that's RE6 Sherry Birkin.
Fuzzy white coat. She's holding a gun out. She's She's an 8-point card, which is way too much. That takes so much time to summon that shit. That's ridiculous.
That's Agent Birkin, by the way.
That's ridiculous. And when you
what's she do?
Well, she places one Mercenary by Blood on the field.
Oh, that's funny. That's really funny.
And when played on the field, she gains 1 HP for every 5 seconds. What is right and what is wrong? Know yourself and know the answers. She no longer had any hesitation about pulling the trigger.
That's absolutely 100% dead on.
So Sherry becomes some sort of mercenary?
No, she becomes a mutant.
Oh yeah.
She has straight up like Wolverine style healing factor in RE6.
Oh, so that's why she gains 1 HP every 5 seconds.
Yeah, and the Mercenary by Blood is a reference to the fact that she teams up with Jake for her co-op campaign.
Right. Okay.
Who is Wesker's baby?
What about?
Who I'm still convinced that was like a turkey baster situation. There's no way someone in Resident Evil would have sex. That's disgusting.
I got Marvin Branagh, and I know who that is. It's Marvin.
I love Marvin. He's great.
So he's not that special. He's a pretty normal ass character, but his ability is when he dies, you send 2 cards from your deck to the graveyard and deal 3 damage to a random enemy unit. So right before he dies, he does some shit. So there you go. That's what I'm getting. And a whole lot of other cards in there, you know?
Man, I wish Hearthstone was Hearthstone, but instead of Hearthstone, it was Teppen.
You wish Hearthstone had Capcom IPs in it?
I wish that what the fuck? I wish that Hearthstone was just a Capcom game and it was identical except it was Capcom characters.
Is it that much more fun?
I prefer the turn-based thing than the it's kind of like ATB in Teppen, I guess.
So it's so weird. It's so weird, right? Because I feel that like you know what, Pat, you got me.
How so?
I was giving you the shit and I was saying fine, fuck it, and I pulled out my Teppen and now I'm actually talking about Teppen. I was like, if you want to phone it in, if you want to do the big phone-ins, then we phone in and whatever, eventually intending to swerve back. But now you got me talking about Teppen.
This is great. See,
so fuck you. All right.
Is that I actually have practice playing games during a podcast. Every Clem's podcast, Shy stream, uh, fucking Level Clear podcast. Every single one of those ever. I'm playing a game in the background.
Are you?
Absolutely.
How are you listening and engaging and giving like decent? What? What's
that?
Nothing much. I thought I just saw a cat fucking knock over some water.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well,
this is our special guest appearance by Elmo the cat. He is a wonderful boy.
I hope it fucks up your abilities on cooldown.
Dude, I'm just sitting here in a field waiting for a cue to pop.
So you actively do not listen to the podcasts that you guest on, and you just chime in at the end of whatever you're saying, or
I just play worse.
You devote bandwidth to.
Wooly, we do LPs. This should be second nature to you by now, shouldn't it?
You just play worse.
Yeah, just play shit. That's why I'm playing 14. I don't need to play good.
Fair enough. I have a ranking to worry about over here.
Yeah, see, you're playing a real game, and that's why your brain started to think about the game you were playing.
See, the other...
I can't even see FF14 right now. I'm looking right at the camera.
So what I was gonna say is that the one thing about Teppen that ends up being the part that I'm like, I wish they can fix this, is that it is a turn-based card game, but because there are ATB attack lines that give you a couple seconds before every attack goes off, people have a very key part of this game is waiting until the frame before you can you're about to hit and making your attack hurt more, right?
Yeah, you mentioned this the last time you brought it up.
Exactly. And then what'll happen there is by doing it at that moment, whatever the person was supposed to do, they can't. If they had a card ready to defend you, you've removed that ability from them because they can't possibly squeeze it in. You know, so there's times when an ability is starting up and I'm literally got at my phone, sliding my finger from the deck to the board, just rubbing it as hard as possible to get my defensive card played in the space between the attack about to hit and the actual contact point.
So would you say that you're monster mon-piecing your cards in?
Literally. And that is that should not be part of a turn-based card game where you're out playing with forethought and strategy. You know?
That's 100% they're to specifically differentiate themselves from Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Because if you took that away, it would just be Hearthstone.
Okay. Where there's just as soon as you play it, it does the effect and that's it.
Yeah.
And then
you have 50. You have a minute to play your card, and you play your card, and it's a static turn 1-1-1-1.
And then at the end of the turn, an attack occurs.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Because the thing with this is that there's animations when you do a super where it doesn't cost you any mana to do it, but it costs you your super meter or whatever, but it still interrupts the game. And it means if you had a card floating ready to place, it drops back into your deck. So there's little things where people are basically exploiting. Yeah, so you can grab a card and you can float it over the slot you want to put it in and wait for the cooldown to, as soon as it finishes, then you just let go, right? But if someone does a big super, so Morrigan does her a Shadow Blade or whatever, then it plays a cutscene. And then the card that was floating drops back to the bottom of the screen. And you're like, well, that takes an extra second, which means I can't play it, which means I got fucked. And everyone at top level, everyone in that top 1,000 is doing that all the time. A key part of winning at this game is fucking the person into not being able to play the card that they were going to play. You know?
I think the funniest thing about that is that at that point, it might as well be turn-based.
At that point.
Yeah.
But it's unless they deliberately wanted this strategy to be a part of it, you know?
And they did.
Yeah. And what that also does is it makes it so that you can have characters that have things like haste where they attack faster, and like Heavenly Kicks Chun-Li can attack twice in the span of time that the normal character can attack, so, you know.
Of course you can.
Yeah. Anyway, so fine, Teppen on the podcast it is then.
Why did you Why were you so enamored with Teppen once more? Anyway, play World of Horror for real.
Yeah, I will.
It's fucking incredible. It's just super super good.
It's a roguelike, but does that mean that there's a true end?
The true end is you make it all the way up to the top of the lighthouse, and there are a couple alternate endings. The main way that they do it is that so the structure or flow of the game is you get given 5 random mysteries to solve, and they're all alliterations, so they'll be like vicious verses of a vigil or a rotten report of rancid ramen, and each of those little mini stories will have their own separate endings. So the ramen one is like there's a suspicious ramen joint that might be cursed. So ending 1 is you just get a vial of the broth, and ending 2 is you get a vial of the broth, but you also went and dumpster dive in order to get some meat that they threw out to the lab so it could test it. So there's about there's only like 2 that only have 1 ending, but most of them have 2 or 3, and there's even
There's no
3 that have 4.
There's no super ending.
There is, but it's bordering on impossible to get. It's a Silent Hill like UFO dog ending kind of thing.
Okay. Because like I've been playing more Bumbo, and that's a game where like every character has their own ending, and then you beat it twice with everybody to unlock stuff, and then like I think there's like a final like sort of ending, and then there's like little bits of like Isaac lore and shit like that. So yeah, you need an incentive to bother doing the full replay, right? Like,
yeah, this one is mainly focused on like the big meta story is get to the lighthouse and climb the lighthouse, but the actual variability is primarily in the investigations, which are the cases. So there's a bunch of those. There's a macabre memoir of mermaids. There's
I'm noticing a naming convention here.
Yeah, they're all alliterative. Abnormal account of arms, stuff like that. And 99% of the game is within those adventures.
Putrid Pud of Pat.
You did it. You did it. Like, don't talk about my pud. I don't like that.
I described
or
it.
Pud.
I gave it a descriptor.
No. No.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
I also didn't watch Castlevania.
Yes, I should note that I too did not watch Castlevania.
I saw 2 different people say the exact same thing about it, and it killed my interest completely.
Oh, I didn't have any interest killed. I just simply didn't get around to it yet.
It was 2 different people going, I really wish we could move on to Simon for season 4, but it doesn't look like we're going to. And I was like, great.
Well, I'm okay with that because as a Castlevania secondary, I really like what's happening in the show, but I definitely would like to see time move forward.
Like Trevor, Sifa, and Alucard's story is over. It's cool that we learn more about what Alucard likes to get inside him, but come on, guys.
I wonder
on to Dracula again.
I wonder why they'd be resistant to moving on, or rather, maybe it's just a matter of like, hey, we got a cast of people and they're all, we haven't watched it yet, so I don't fucking know. But
I think
if it seems like they're sticking around, then it's like, hey, we have a thing here, we have the characters and the voice actors and everything's good, so let's just re-up it, But
I think it's because Castlevania 3 has a big ensemble cast, and Castlevania 1 has Simon and Dracula.
It's also like a phenomenal show, you know. But yeah, I could definitely imagine Castlevania fans are gonna want to see the jump, and I want to see the jump as we discussed last time. But I definitely just need to get around to this. I don't see this as killing the desire to watch the show. I think that's crazy, especially if it's still a really good season. Which a lot of people seem to be implying that it ends on a crazy good note.
Where's Dracula at? Whenever Dracula's not resurrected,
He sleep.
or being killed, I want to know where is Dracula.
He sleep.
I want to get to the Dark Priest shaft.
I want to hear who they cast as Soma.
Oh well, I mean, shit. I don't think that's ever gonna happen.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's a bit like waiting to see what Joe 2K will sound like. You know, like
Well,
how do you?
Is that how we call him?
It's become a bit of a moniker. It's like
That's weird, man.
How do you voice act the weird ditzy gappy? What? Huh? What do you mean? Mario? Huh?
It's hard to fit all of my balls in my pants.
It's the writing in part 8 is like there's a lot of weird ditzy sounding talking where everyone is like stretching their words out and being really just like yeah.
Is it because they're stupid or what?
I don't know. I don't think it's because they're stupid, but I think it's because they in my brain translates it into Valley Girl, right? It translates it into Valley Girl. So like,
oh, that's just terrible.
There's like, you know, there's Gappy, and then there's like 2 other girls that like kind of have that constantly. Not everyone, but there's definitely one character that's very, very stupid, like absolutely, decidedly low IQ.
So that guy who's mostly bald but with like a patch of hair.
Yeah. The guy who wants to eat his own vomit. Joshu. Yeah, Higashikata. Yeah, the one that eats his own vomit. He's a fucking moron.
I mean, we've all been there. What are you gonna do?
But it's you know, even his name is really like Joshu, huh? What? It's weird. It's weird.
Oh my god! I actually have a vomit story for you, Willie.
Okay.
All right. So I had the most unpleasant throat-based experience of my life just a few days past, where I was eating a delicious bowl of chili.
I was gonna say who was responsible.
I was eating a delicious bowl of chili.
Who got in there?
My wonderful lady Peach Saliva made for me.
Gag reflex.
It was good ass chili. And I took a bite of that chili, and I took a swallow, and a cursed bay leaf, a flavor enhancer, managed to lodge itself behind my tonsil and jam itself into the back of my palate.
Like a Pokemon.
Like a Pokemon, yes. Which caused me to unfortunately start like retching and coughing to near death and vomiting like within seconds of the poor woman starting her stream. It was literally the first thing you could hear was me retching and coughing to death in the background. Wretched bay leaf, cursed bay leaf.
See,
these are terrible, terrible leaves.
Now that's similar has happened to me before, but I solved it by gargling. Did you attempt to gargle?
I attempted to gargle, unfortunately, because I have giant tonsils. It was able to jam itself like in one of my tonsillar grooves or some shit in the back and got proper stuck. See, what I think happened is I tried to swallow it and then coughed, and then the coughing jammed it into the back of the big ass tonsil.
And
So gargling would only hit the front of the tonsil.
And so the end result was you barfed up the lovingly made food?
Yes. It was truly a shame. Shame. Shane? Fuck it.
I feel like that's the part where the studio audience is supposed to laugh. Is when you barf up the bento box with the heart on it.
And it's still got the little heart. And you're like, and you, yeah. Like, is it more or less romantic to barf onto the girl who made you the bento box?
Onto the person? Wow.
Yeah. Because you're giving up of yourself to them.
Okay, so anyway, that's not 30 minutes of barf talk. That's a solid 5.
Yeah, just 5. See, guys, we're scaling it down.
Is World of Horror the majority of what you did?
Geez, I want to say it was. I've been just banging away at that game over and over and over. The game's fucking great. Like, I've been playing, you know, my Morkabers, or however the fuck you're supposed to pronounce it, in addition, but there's nothing new with that shit. It's literally just like, hey, Destiny still exists, I guess. I'm looking at my Steam list right now. Aha, thank you for asking. I also took a quick gander at AI or the Somnium files. Have you seen this?
I have totally seen this. I just didn't take a look at it like on camera yet, but yes, I've put it. I bookmarked that shit.
It's one of them Spike Chunsoft visual novels with the ending flowcharts. And more than anything, all I could think of, I played it for about 2 hours. Like, I didn't get very far at all. Like, I just got to the kid's mom's restaurant, like, super early. And it's just like tons of money for a visual novel. Just like lavishly detailed environments, and everything is voice acted.
Spike Chunsoft doing the thing.
It's the only big budget visual novel game in town. Though I will say the localization seems like particularly incredible, because the name of the game is a triple pun.
AI love. Yeah. And the name of the person.
So it's the AI. The AI's name is Iba, which is like a single letter away from partner, I think.
Ibo.
Yeah. And then it's a story about murders involving eyes. And like it's like a fucking, it's so bad.
That's brutal.
And when you talk to your boss in her office, one of the dialogue prompts is, hey, what about it's a fucking dialogue wheel where it asks about I, which is you, or I, which is the character, or I, or AI, which is the fucking AI, and they're all pronounced the same. And one of the options is, hey, what about I? And she goes, what? I don't get it. Oh, are you trying to make a pun because the word for I and love are the same in Japanese? You're such a dork. And like, I seriously doubt that was actually the dialogue for the Japanese version, because they wouldn't need to have done it. They wouldn't need to call out the fact that it was a different language.
I mean, look, it's that same. I'm gonna be real and say that, like, that Death Stranding has lowered my tolerance for Japanese double entendres significantly. It has,
what about triple entendres?
It has what is, you know, whatever when you lose your humanity and then your life bar is just shortened, you just have lower tolerance. Like,
you're hollowed out.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just like, I'm not not able to deal, and here's the funny thing, like that same double entendre, I because it's AI, it's also eyeball, and it's also me, myself, and I.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
There's a million sounds you can get there. Is used in like, okay, my favorite Jam Project song is called Olympia, and there's a part in it where they go where the lyrics are basically going, I know Olympia, you may know Olympia, right? And it's saying like, I know it, you may know it, but it's also saying I like loves Olympia and then dreams Olympia, because I know and you may, so it's also
oh my god,
right, and it's doing the Japanese to English double entendre, which was like, oh, that was clever, that was a thing I liked in the, and I feel like that was so long ago and so many strand beaches ago that now when we're hitting it on this thing with the thing, it's like, it's, you know what, it's me, it's on me. There's nothing wrong with a well-placed one when it's in a good point of conversation, but if you overdo it, right, it's the overdoing it that is gonna fucking make the magic wear off.
Somnium Files a pass on this one, because the characters in the, I almost said show, the characters in the story are actually going, ugh, eyes, yes, we get it, like it's so fucking bizarre. The game is like, it almost feels like a fucking Persona light spin-off of like Dark Dreams Don't Die.
Oh, okay.
Like it just throws some anime bullshit at you so fast. Like within the first 10 minutes, he's like, I have a robot that lives in my left eye. I lost my memory 6 years ago.
Oh Jesus.
And then then Iva, who is the robot, starts talking to him, and it's like a little chibi character. Yeah. But when they dive into the dreamscape, which is Somnium, she turns into a cute anime girl.
Of course she does.
And it's like
That's
there's some weird
shit.
There's some weird shit where she's like, oh, I can make you do whatever, huh? And the character grins, and you can tell from the grin, he's like, I could make this robot suck my dick. And it's fucking, it's goofballs. It's a fucking weird fucking game.
It makes me wonder if like you have these moments as if you're writing, whoever's writing this, where the premise of the eye that lives in your eye is basically a shower thought that goes, we have a script, let's write it. I came up with a pun, we have a story.
That's all I needed.
Yeah,
all
right.
I needed was a robot that lived in my left eye. And also, hey, guess what? The main character is missing his left eye, but all the murders, they're all missing their left eyes.
If you read it properly, the name Josuke Higashikata, there's another. I was
waiting for those.
There's another Joe in there somewhere.
Apparently, the kanji for Higashikata can be read as Joe, which seems
where somewhere in that name there's another Joe.
That seems laughable or some shit.
It doesn't.
Oh, Suke is Joe.
It doesn't play. It doesn't play. It just doesn't play in our language, but it wasn't made for our language, so this is where we live. This is where we're at.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
You just got to take that.
A lot of these puns are made in our language.
A lot of them are. Yeah. In fact, every single one of them is. And it got it. And here's the thing. It gets cute when you stretch it into Italian, and you get your Giorno Giovanna, which, you then have to switch back into his original Japanese name of Haruno Tachiobana, which is getting lost in the weeds again. But there's a Joe in there. There's a Geo in there somewhere.
I saw Geo. I saw it. Also, yes, as somebody in the chat pointed out, Diavolo means the devil.
Does it? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's good, I want to take a look at I.
I was summarily impressed with the first couple hours. It is, I guess the closest I would compare it to is like in basic structure is Ace Attorney, but instead of courtroom scenes, you have super in-depth investigation scenes where you walk around in a dreamscape to unlock people's mind prisons.
So
it's actually really similar to
The Cell with Jennifer Lopez.
It's actually very similar to The Cell with Jennifer Lopez.
Okay.
Very similar. It's the first of these types of games that I can remember ever having direct control of a character. When you're playing as Date, which is the main character, you're just in adventure game text land. But when you're playing as Aiba, you can actually walk around like a 3D environment and look at stuff and interact with things.
Okay, so when you say adventure, you mean point and click?
Well, yeah, adventure, not necessarily point and click.
Because I feel like adventure on its own is not enough of a genre descriptor for me, so that's why I was a bit confused earlier as well.
Adventure to me is nearly always in reference to like point and click adventure, but not necessarily point and click. A visual novel game where you can control a character and there's more to do than just pick branches would be an adventure game.
Yeah. I feel like it needs more narrowing down usually, because I
think the worst ever is games that have been labeled action adventure.
I like Zelda was back in my old fucking magazines. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Zelda is labeled as an RPG in half of my magazines, which is outrageous. That's outrageous. I hate it.
So, you know, I would just like specify that a little more and say like point and click adventure, text adventure, whatever.
I mean, it's a fucking visual novel. It's a visual novel through and through.
Yeah. It might just be all me. I feel like that's just a thing that has been a confusion point for me, possibly. But anyway, yeah, I definitely want to take a look.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Though that was a pretty, like, I wouldn't say lackluster, but pretty like slow ass week for Pat. Though this week and ongoing is the start. So I thought we had another week before, the release nightmare. But Nioh 2 is out this week.
Nioh 2 does come out this week. You can create a character.
So if you guys want to check out more of me playing video games, you can go to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. We're gonna have fucking Resident Evil. We're gonna have some Nioh. What else the fuck am I doing? There's gonna be some Destiny stuff. I'm gonna take a look at Black Mesa, which just hit 1.0.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then next week is oh my god. Next week is Doom and Animal Crossing. Holy Jesus. Same day. Oh, too much. Too many video games. Can you imagine if like FF7 Remake was coming out like right now?
Yeah. Absolutely fuck that.
That like, come on, man. Don't do me like this, FF7.
Well,
which I guess we should segue because we both played that demo.
Yes, we did.
It's really good.
It's very good. It was excellent. I really like. I said it before on the podcast when we first saw it, but the changes to the tone of the intro cutscene.
Thank you so much, darling. Appreciate it.
Wow. Okay, listen. So a lap board with breakfast was just handed over, and you're gonna need to not feast on the microphone. You're gonna need to not. You're gonna need to not feast on the microphone, please.
You're gonna need to not tell me what to do. I'm an adult.
We cannot mukbang the situation.
You can't stop me.
I can actually stop you.
Oh, he can't.
I have the button to stop you. Just keep. Just keep that distance. Keep the distance while you do your thing. There you go.
I'll just yell louder.
Okay. I can't.
Thank you, darling.
This is where we are.
Quarantine's awesome.
This is where we are.
Self-quarantining is great because the lady makes you a nice breakfast.
It looks like a nice breakfast. It's just you're also working right now.
Yeah, I'm working it.
Okay, listen. What I was trying to say is that my impressions of like the changes to that intro cutscene were fantastic. I really like the slight things they modify over what was originally like Eris just picking up the flower, and then there's a little bit of live stream for you, and we zoom out and we see the city.
You hear Sephiroth's theme a little tiny bit.
Here's a little bit of urgency. What was that? Right? And then a little, I'm gonna get out of this hallway. I'm gonna get out of this alleyway. And then then the flower gets stepped on, and like just a little like, okay, all right, it's the same scene, but just a little bit here and there. And then yes, the little leitmotif moment with the music playing. Right? I'm like, great, love that touch. When it comes to Barrett, the conversion from Mr. T into Mr. T, Peter Popoff.
Mr. T, the terrorism preacher.
Mr. T, televangelist.
It's perfect.
I love that. It makes absolute perfect sense. It is
the most defining moment of Barrett's character in the original was like him complaining about that fucking pizza keeping us down, man. Right?
Mm.
And now they just like, hey, what if he just rants and raves like a crazy person?
Well, that's the thing is now, right? You originally had a tough guy, big old, jet black type, right? But now and he was a party member, and he's an eco-terrorist, and we're doing the thing. This time around, it's very easy to see him on a street corner with a bunch of cardboard hanging off of him, yelling about the Shinras. It's very easy to see him screaming in people's faces as they go about their workday on a megaphone, talking about the fucking corpse, And like, I like that you can feel that energy as he's just basically practicing his street sermon at Cloud in the elevator. And it's just like, this dude is like, he's got that black Israelite energy.
Oh my God, that's so specific.
He's got that black Israelite energy. That specific type,
Because he's ranting, right? It's like the planet bleeds green like we bleed red, right?
Yeah.
Yada yada.
Yeah.
And it's all building up. And I'm like, what is this building up to? And it's building up to tell me you can't hear the planet crying out in pain.
Yeah.
I know you can.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh man, that's it. That's the crescendo of the fucking bit of like I tell me this. Fuck it. I don't need to listen to you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you.
I hear it. I know it. I can tell. And it's like you're trying to just walk out of that subway and get to work, and dear God, don't you dare make eye contact with Barrett. Because if you make eye contact, he's locking in. He's going, "Oh, I see you, Ginger Buns. You know the planet's crying out." And he's getting all up in your face. And you're like, "What do you want money? Do you want what do you want?" And he's like,
save the planet, God damn it.
And he's got 2 or 3 others with him. He's got fucking Biggs and Wedge and Jesse standing around just going, yeah, tell him. Yeah.
So I think just as important as Barrett's characterization, the total full sell of Barrett's personality is not complete until you walk out of the elevator and he starts going nuts again.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse walks up to Cloud and goes, "Yeah, okay, just bear with it, okay? He's cool." And just like, okay, even other members of the terrorist organization are like, "Oh, he's on his shit again. He's
Yeah.
on the
Yeah, he's getting
talking about the
mhm.
fucking planet.
He's on the soapbox. He's doing it.
You let him get started."
Immediately followed by, "Hey Cloud, can I smell your dick? Can I get a whiff? Just a hint? Can I just, like a sommelier? I'll you know what I mean? You ever see Sideways? It'll be like Sideways. I'll just huff
Hey,
it up.
listen, I need to talk to Sid to get a rocket to the stratosphere so I can get on top of a cloud." Like, it is astonishing how much that girl wants that cloud peen.
You know, when clouds get full, you know what happens, right?
They cry.
Precipitation.
No, Cloud.
You can
Cloud, god damn it.
When the cloud gets full, you can just rain all over. You gotta, right here. I'm ready for it. Ready for the rain, Cloud. I have it's been a very long time since I've seen a woman so parched. I have never seen a throat that dry in anything for a long time.
Also, they talked in a recent interview about how they're going to do more side quests and like dramatically expand on what happened in Midgar.
Yeah.
And one of those is you'll go have dinner with Jessie and meet her parents.
Oh my God.
And I want to come up with a term for this, and it's the preemptive twisting of the knife.
Yes, absolutely.
It's like
100%.
like the knife twist practice. We got to practice.
And it's like if you do this, if you go as far as you can down this path, knowing what awaits you at the other side, right? And then you have your like almost like damn, what a tragedy. Oh well, at least the real girl showed up now, right? What now? Like as soon as it goes down and everybody sees what happens, because you know how it goes, and then you get the real moment because it's like, okay, but all that preamble aside, here comes Eris, and then you cue why do birds suddenly appear, and it's like, okay, well,
wow, she got crazy eyes like me, man.
Yeah, so it's pretty fucked that you're gonna do the preemptive knife twist on a situation that ends in a significant enough knife twist that you gotta double down on it, you know. But to be fair to Jesse, have you seen Cloud?
Yeah, Cloud's hot, dude.
Have you seen this perfect, not even like the pores of his skin were modeled and we were like laughing about how ridiculous that is, and now it's like, no, I get it. You need to get in there and see his exfoliation.
Cloud's got like a meth queen look going on, where he's like all like gangly but toned, but pretty still.
It is drop whatever you were doing distractingly hot in a world where people look more realistic. And it's kind of like, yeah, if everyone is not immediately just kind of like swooning and fawning over this fuck, then it would be weird if they didn't, right?
Well, everybody that's supposed to be attractive in FF7 eventually became that. Like Tifa and Eris are like are your brunette and brunette alternate.
Yeah.
Right? Heidegger was made handsome.
Heidegger was made handsome. That's true, right? So everyone who was meant to just be like a random villain is now on the scale of attractiveness. So those who were already high on that scale due to anime simplification now are meant to become 11s. Anyway, combat feels really good. I really like the change, you know, the genre switch. I dig it. You know, making it like similar to 15, but of course like full like action. You know, you have a swing button. We talked about that. Feels
I
good.
think it's hilarious that like the thing that everyone said to do for 15, they did with this, and hey, guess what? It's a massive success.
Yeah. Now, let's be real. You are mindlessly pressing the slash button and occasionally holding it, depending on if you're surrounded or not.
That's not true at all.
Really?
There's also a Punisher mode.
Oh yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, I was gonna get into that too. I like the idea that there will be more to that with every character.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea that there will be like an evolution of like what that basic attacking system is going to look like, and it won't. I don't imagine it's going to get too complex because the core of the combat complexity is still going to rely around your ATB actions and casting and managing all that shit. Right, that's the core of the combat. But yes, it would be nice if they continued to add layers like Punisher mode and such to everybody. That'd be fun.
I think the biggest thing that I noticed with the gameplay is that switching into Punisher mode acts as a parry.
Yes, and you can continue to. Well, you have a counter, right? As you're in Punisher mode, you when you block, you get a free counter out of that. Only for melee attacks. Yep. And yeah, as everyone who saw the videos, they saw me fuck up not casting lightning on the boss properly. You know, whatever.
Yeah, I did the same thing the first time.
But all that aside, I definitely I liked what they did with that. I liked how you kind of. I'm like, okay, I'm thinking about how this is gonna work in other bosses' context and like in the grand scheme of this game, and I'm seeing those fights getting complex by like new target points popping up and positioning getting tricky, you know? Like there's a lot to do to make those boss fights feel really like four-dimensional.
They also like substantially expanded on like what just Guard Scorpion is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Guard Scorpion was
the tail's
attack
up
when its tail is up, right? But and then like this, it's like it's jumping around. You gotta hit the shield generator. You gotta stagger it, which is the best thing that was in 13 that they brought over. The one good thing about the way 13 played was the stagger system.
Yeah. No, and I do say 4D because besides actual positioning and opening up and getting out of the range of attacks before they get summoned, and you know, hitting weak spots and targeting right things, you're also switching party members actively for situations where it's like time for Barrett to take care of this, you know, like time for him to do the ranged attack, or time for him to do cure, or whatever the case is. Like your battlefield management is going to get like pretty complex with God, I can only imagine what they're going to do for like the weapon fights, you know?
Yeah. So like there were a lot of little itty bitty things that I noticed, which was like, I was playing mostly as Cloud because Cloud is just his square button's more fun to hit.
Yeah.
And when you're playing as Cloud, Barrett's like charge attacks aren't nearly as good. Like you can see him doing them in the background, but they aren't like the multi-hit bam, 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 bam. It's a much weaker like blue burst. And it appears to be that whoever you're controlling is going to be responsible for a much greater percentage of the damage.
Mm-hmm. Also, standing still with Barrett and like recharging his shot, you know, it feels like you're like, damn it, you can stand there and do that, or you can switch back to Cloud and get some hits in, and then come back when Barrett's ready for it again, you know?
So imagine there's going to be some back and forth of like, play with Cloud until you get braver, switch off to Tifa, build up her meter, yada yada.
And get the staggers, right? You're targeting staggers. Once you get those staggers in, you switch over to and you do your limit breaks. You know, line of sight matters, right? A lot of things. Those little turrets in the factory, like they can't hit you unless you're in their line of sight, and vice versa. So,
I didn't notice that.
yeah, you actually do have to be able to hit it. The geometry of the area you're fighting in makes a difference, especially if you with Barrett, you can see like bullets will hit a wall, they'll not hit, they'll hit the back of the thing, they won't hit the actual part. And then
it also happens to look incredible.
Yeah. Here's another thing. You're going to be hearing those familiar themes for much longer now. I feel like you're going to be hearing the repetition, because like it's just going, like the game is a stretched out version of what we had, so like a lot of these things are going to have way more play. I fucking love the remixes we've heard so far. It would be super awesome if, like, let's say the second game had a different remix of like those battle themes, or the boss theme. It would be really cool.
I think that, so originally I was a little disappointed in the remixes because they're not as loud. Like in the original, like 95% of the 95% of the music of the mix in general was just the music, and so they were a lot more like melody based, like they came through. And in this, they're kind of like this background symphonic ambiance.
Yeah, it's a score, right? It's a score that is meant to lay underneath dialogue and combat sound effects,
which is like, because now people talk,
and they talk shit while they fight, which is great, by the way. When you switch characters and it's just like, man, you take care of this, it's like, all right, your turn, or just like, fine, I'll do it myself and all that.
I'm pretty thrilled with the new what do you call it, the new de facto way to include your diegetic Final Fantasy victory theme.
Da 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 da.
Which is have characters sing it, and having Barrett be the one that sings it.
Barrett is Prompto.
Is like, oh man, Barrett loves terrorism so much. He loves it.
It'd be really cool if, when Barrett is not in the party, or there's no one present that would take on that role, Cloud can kind of hum it to himself.
Yeah, maybe.
That would be funny.
There is one thing that I was initially disappointed at. It's like, how they the new twist is that Shinra blows up most of the reactor themselves and causes enormous amounts of damage.
You're right.
Whereas the original bomb they had just blew it, like, you just bent some pipes so that it would disable the reactor.
So
and I remember is that just, I thought it was like them just going like, oh, we have to tone down the rampant terrorism.
It's weird because this is a discussion I'm seeing people have, and I've seen two things about it, and you played it recently, so you'd have a fresher memory on this than I do. But the idea that, like, some people are saying, I don't like the change where Shinra makes it look worse to frame the avalanche. Some people are saying that, like, that's bad because the original meant that, like, hey, you did things that you have to say are questionable, and like people did get hurt, but like Barrett is kind of fanatic in thinking it's for the cause. But then I've seen other people saying, no, that's objectively wrong, because the original did have Shinra framing Avalanche, and
so
I
there's
don't.
a line of dialogue that Jesse says after you blow it up when you get back to base, which is where she goes, I don't understand what happened. It wasn't supposed to blow. I put it in just like the computer told me to. The explosion was way too big. So it was always kind of implied that Shinra might have juiced it a little bit. But and then later they destroy the sector plate in order to say that what do you call
so
it?
that was
to
that
get avalanche.
right. That was the
So it's just more obvious now.
yeah. That's the thing, right? Is like it was what I always recalled is that like the second time around is when it becomes the holy fuck. But I guess here they're just setting it up with the first time.
It seems like it's like, listen, guys, terrorism is really bad unless you're responsible in your terrorism.
Okay. So, oh, excuse me. Is it, excuse me, Avalanche? Avalanche? Avalanche, right. So
What
when
the fuck did you say?
I said avalanche.
What the fuck is that? That's not a word.
An avalanche, I don't know, whatever. So what was I saying? I was saying the framing, right, ends up being interesting because it's like, well, now even if you did not actually cause this many innocent people to die with your fucking PETA style animal defense league whatever crazy shit, your justification and or how you deal with it is going to matter, right? Like you don't know that it or like you're confused as to what you saw, but like if they think they did it, and if they think that it's like, oh fuck, it wasn't supposed to be like this, but we got to do it, we're doing the right thing, then that's going to be a different thing versus like, hey, what the shit, that's not us at all.
Yeah, there's a line in one of the trailers that Barrett says that when they're looking at like a what's essentially a child's crib with a steel beam thrown through it, and they're like, oh my god, I can't fucking believe we killed all those babies with the thing. And Barrett just goes, yeah, we didn't mean for that to happen, but nothing ever worth doing was ever got without sacrifice. So
yeah,
the next one too.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Crib on a fucking spike.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey man, shit happens, bruh. Gotta get it done.
I love terrorism more than I love kids, said Barrett.
Yeah.
Which is ironic because he's a terrorist for the children.
How do you feel about them saying that, hey, Cloud in Advent Children is cool, but this Cloud is not cool yet, but he's gonna try to be?
I saw that interview, and I don't believe a word of it. I don't believe a word of it. I think that is a run back on them making Advent Children and going like, I think Cloud should be depressed and cool because Cloud is depressed and cool. And then like decades of people going, no, Cloud is weird. Everybody loves weird Cloud. And the little snippets of Cloud being actually kind of cool in this demo are great, and people go, wow, that was cool. In fact, Jesse even goes, wow, that was pretty cool. Followed by moments where Barrett asks him how old he is, and he says he's 1 year old. He doesn't understand the question and looks like a fucking stupid dork.
Yeah. No, him attempting to be cool and like consciously doing it is of course way more interesting than him just actually being just because okay, like cool guy.
I'm excited for people who are actually going to be playing this like brand new, like totally nothing, because Cloud for the first 15 to 25 minutes is cool. He's almost stereotypically anime sword boy cool, and then you get to the point where he screws up that question and you're like, oh, he's not cool. He's a try hard. He's actually a horrible tryhard.
He flipped off that debris.
Oh man, he flipped it off. He didn't need to. None of the other ones did that. Elkis just kind of jumped down.
Also, like that entire like Sefi Bishi fight in AC is like on falling debris.
Yeah.
So they're flexing hard, you know.
I'm glad that we established that Cloud is good at jumping off of falling objects. Which he is.
Good demo.
Very good demo. Makes
Did you
me
try
excited.
Did you try classic mode?
I did not even bother once I saw that it was actually just baby easy mode, but with like turn based.
Yeah. So I Min was telling me, like, I didn't try it out, but he was telling, like, I was wondering. It's like, excuse me. It's like, I was wondering, did they actually like make this just play like the old game? And it's like, no, it just auto attacks for you, and then there's
It's for babies,
and then there's just like decision making.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that existing is like, it's like that's fine, because it's a good decision, because it's like, if you know, there's going, Final Fantasy VII is a very, I don't know if you know this, Pat, but there's a lot of people like that game. It's very popular.
Mm-hmm. I am aware that a few people have sung its praises.
A couple people out there have talked about how much they like it. So amongst those people will be those who don't want to play the action game. And so, you know, if they get to run the easy automatic, then yeah, go stylish. Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do.
Cloud will be stylish for you.
He will. And of course, I eagerly await their ability to build a character that will somehow, it will always upset everyone's internal image of the Cloud in their head, because that Cloud is only in your head, and the collective Cloud is something that has been debated for the last 23 years. So
23 years, that's right. Yeah.
So it's going to be very hard to nail it, but if they approximate something that we all just kind of go, this is not the Cloud that I had in my head when I played the game, but I like this guy, then I'll call that a success.
My Cloud is the kind of guy who would walk into a horror house and be too shy to walk out of a muscle dude gangbang, goddammit. That's my Cloud.
If you end up not getting that Cloud, but you get one that you're like, this guy's I like him, he's pretty good, that worked out, then I'd call it a success. I would say that it's a job well done, especially because it's a very difficult task to add to a what was the term he used? I guess it's like self-insert character, right? It's a difficult task, so I feel excited to see what they're going to do with this, because so far everything else I feel like they've nailed it.
I did not come away from that demo with any complaints at all, which is kind of shocking, because like everyone's laser eye is on this shit. Like like no one's gonna be criticized more harshly than whoever fucks up the poster on this one scene, you know. It's just great. I think the only thing I want to point out is that there is a poster in the metro station about dumb apples from Crisis Core. The Benora white apples.
Yes.
That Angeal and them love.
I would argue that because some folks are saying Cloud was never that as in a self-insert character, and you know what? Here we go. I'll take the blow up if everyone disagrees with me on this. But
I think a lot of people saw Cloud as I want to insert myself character into Cloud.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey yo.
Hey.
Whoa.
Hey.
Hey. I would argue that what I'm saying is that like while Cloud definitely has a lot more individual personality than many actual blank slate protagonists. I think that every protagonist will be a sort of every protagonist will have a certain amount of themselves in games like that, in these old RPGs that we know, where they don't get in the way as much. Like there's a lot of games where you can full on take control of, let's say, you know, if you take control of a character like Phelps from fucking
L.A. Noire.
L.A. Noire, you're like, that is a person. That is not at all you.
Your ability to influence Phelps only lie in the upper and lower limits of his personality.
Yes, right. And in a lot of RPGs, especially JRPGs, I feel like there's the cast will have very loud, clear personalities that the main character doesn't. The main character is not going to be as loud and as out there as a personality. There will always be room for the avatar element.
I always think about Snake and Big Boss, and how like they're gravelly soldier mans. But they're going up against motherfuckers that like are made out of plants and shoot bees at their ass. And it's like Metal Gear would be a really different game if you played as the Pain.
Yeah, it would. But here's the thing about Snake that's actually interesting that I fucking like. One of the things that I fell in love with was how, while most of the game, especially up front, he's like, okay, infiltrate the base, got it. What's going on over here? What's that? Metal Gear, right? All that shit. But like, as you start getting further into the game and more towards the end, in those codec conversations, he starts telling you about like his advice, you know, and he starts giving advice to Meryl, and he's talking to Hal, and he's giving stuff that's like, oh, that's not just a soldier man. There's a person there, you know.
He's not just a dumbass question machine,
right? You know, and so I feel that like there's always going to be room for some self-insert, but some characters will have more room than others, you know. Whether you want to say Minato, you, and Akira,
Soji,
which whatever, whatever you want to go with, you know.
Akira,
but like those characters, right? You can always go like, okay, what percentage of them exists individually, and what percentage is just blank slate for you to project into?
They're like 80-20 blank slate, like existing character.
I'll take that. I would also take 85. I would, you know what I mean? I would take 70. I would, but it's
mostly
overwhelmingly blank slate. Overwhelmingly blank slate. What percentage would you give Chrono?
100%.
Right?
I don't think Chrono's allowed. I mean, Chrono's not allowed to speak. He's not allowed to speak.
He's in that animated cutscene. He's slashing and training, and he wipes the sweat off his brow.
I would say
that
I would say the winner of this is like Gordon Freeman, who's like 110% blank slate.
Right.
He's so blank that it becomes like a in-universe joke.
And if you ever go against that, it's going to be a huge moment of impact, right? So that's all it is, right? So you know, I just want everyone who you know disagrees with the Cloud blank slate statement to just understand that I just mean that there's always going to be an amount of blank slate inserted, and then there will be an amount that is not, and the main character tends to leave room in their personality where other cast members don't. You know,
I would say that the most interesting thing about Cloud is how much room he leaves in his personality for other characters. and that he's actually much more defined than he appears to be within the mid-garb section of the game.
Well, yeah, Cloud has a certain percentage blank slate, and then he has a certain percentage Cloud.
He sure does.
And then he has a certain percentage something else.
Yeah.
There's a third divider in there. That pie is cut up a little bit more than just twice.
Hey, do you remember when Sephiroth threw a materia at you and then A poses away in the Nibelheim mansion?
Fuck yeah.
Dude, there's gonna be so much stupid shit. Oh,
I love that you can see the materia on the sword. Can't wait.
It's like, are we only gonna get 2 slots then for that Buster Sword?
No.
I bet we are, because you are gonna be changing weapons.
Yeah, but you're gonna see the slots. You're gonna see the it's gonna be represented. Fucking rad. No complaints. I agree. And you know what?
I'm excited for that video game, man.
You know what? Like, let's be real. Like, you're not allowed to fuck this up, you know? Like, it's just too long. It's too much. It's been the remake. It's been the thing. Here we are looking at it. For years, everyone...
the game only took, I want to say 3 years to develop, right? Which is a totally normal amount of time.
Right.
But it's been in development for over 5 because the CyberConnect version, they got shown off at some point and they went, this is trash, and they threw the whole thing out.
Most highly anticipated remake of all time? I'd say so.
Yeah.
I'd say so.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. Well, so yeah, I did take a look at that, and that was a part of my week.
What else you got going on, man?
Well, I'll right off the bat, since I brought it up, I wanna heap praises on one Eli, Plague of Gripes. I want to take a second.
Why is that? What did friend of the podcast, Eli, Plague of Gripes, do?
Plague of Gripes made a fucking amazing video essay, in my opinion.
Was the one about the
masks of Gohan. He made a video, and it's another Plague Dragon Ball video, and I just love it, man. I really love what he did. I
don't get it though, because Gohan sucks.
It's did you watch it?
No.
Okay, so what's going on is basically it's just an analysis of Gohan, right? And then he also gets into himself a little bit, which is kind of fun. But he really flexes that he knows what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to storytelling muscle, right? And he talks a bit about how, he's known as the guy that complains about shit and whatever, and there's all that to it. But, there's an understanding to be had, which is when you drop the characters, when you drop the Flanderisms, that, there's an understanding that, you analyze things because you like them. You want to crack open the nut and see what's going on, And so he breaks down that when you look through the timeline of Gohan as a character in Dragon Ball Z, that, he's the age of a kid watching Dragon Ball on Toonami at the time. It just happens to line up that he would be the fucking teenage power fantasy character, right? It wasn't written that way. Like in the manga, it was what it was. Goku was the main character, but it just happened that this landed in such a way where it would hit Toonami in that era, right? And you're watching the character, which is he's like a pacifist. He's like, I don't want to fight. This all sucks, right? And he does a couple things where you just you never really appreciate what his full perspective is on certain things, right? So one of the really awesome, really big points that he brings up when he's breaking it down in the first half of the video is he talks about how Goku is someone who came to love fighting through a loving bond with Grandpa Gohan as a kid, right? Mm-hmm. He learned martial art.
Brain damage.
Yes, brain damage, of course. He fucking, He took the brain damage, but he came to love it through learning it with a loving grandfather who trained him and taught him. And then from there, he goes out on his adventures, and all of his friends are made through martial arts. He fights them at a point and then converts them into friends, and then they become...
Or like they train together like Krillin. And
then they train together, and then they move on, and then they fight the next guy, and then they get friends, and everything is in that context. That's the language he uses to interact with the world and makes friends with, so it's his favorite thing in the world, right? And by the time you fast forward to see how absolutely psychotic in love he is with fighting, to the point where he's willing to risk everything, it's like he loves it that much. And it makes perfect sense, right? But
it's responsible for every positive experience he's ever had in his life.
All of them. It's like, now let's run through the Gohan timeline. And it's like, step one, it's the reason why he gets kidnapped. It's the reason why some fucking... He is... Whatever he wants to be, doesn't matter, because his lineage says you're a good fighter. You're good at killing people. That's what you do, right? And I'm not going to do the full rundown, but he does an amazing job of just breaking down, like it's the reason why all the bad shit that happens to you as a kid happens. It's the reason why you have no friends. The only friends you do have is your dad's best friend, and he gets fucking killed. And then that other friend is the little Namek kid, Dende, and then he gets fucking killed, right? And then... like everything, and then like aliens show up and they start killing people, and fighting is like, they're like, it's all about them fighting things and killing things, and you're good at this, and you don't, whatever you want in life doesn't matter because you're an alien like them too. And then in the wilderness, he's abandoned, and then like the father figure replacement he gets, that guy gets fucking killed and then resurrected and killed again. and it goes all the way through the timeline to the point where his own father, when he's staring Frieza in the face, has the big pop-off moment when his fucking, again, Krillin gets fucking killed, and his dad has a moment where he looks at him and says, "Get out of here, Gohan, or I might kill you too." Right? Like, he's out of control with the rage. And it's like, oh my God, Gohan fucking... he hates this shit. It's the worst experience. It's responsible for everything that sucks in his life.
I just want to hang out with my girlfriend and be a part-time superhero and do Sentai poses, man.
It's a really awesome like breakdown of that timeline of just going like, here's the perspective, right? But this is all in like, it's a shonen manga, so it's happening procedurally, it's happening week to week, and you know, Gohan serves a role which is just like the kid to the main character that's ultimately just an object that is for ransom, you know, and then eventually like he starts being like kind of just this scared kid that's around, but the potential's in him though. And you know, and then it goes into some of the stuff about the writing and the thought process Toriyama has as to like, maybe we could make him a main character, maybe not, whatever, and you know, and it breaks it all down really, really wonderfully, right? And you know, I can't recommend it enough. But what
Gohan learned a lot of lessons, and that enabled him to have the moral fortitude to stand there and watch his girlfriend get beat half to death and go, "No, I won't help her. She wanted this. It would be disrespectful of me to, oh wow, he's really kicking her ass, huh?"
Yeah. And you know, some folks are saying you're taking like this is taking Dragon Ball way too seriously, and it's like, no, like the tone it's delivered in, like you can really understand that like no one is reading extra far into what you're seeing because we know what this is. It's Dragon Ball Z. It's a fucking Fight Man manga, you know. But that's not the part that I even bring this video up for, because the analysis and the breakdown of Gohan is something that, you know, like a lot of people can do if you can analyze a story and break it down in this way. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a really interesting thing, right? Like you really it's like when you line it all up, there's a ton of things that have like everything that happens to Gohan as a MacGuffin make him an awful, like make it awful that like he is forced to keep doing this thing that he hates, right?
Mm-hmm. What's
really good about it is that there's a point where it goes, so let's look at the Cell Saga, and then you go into, and it goes into like, you know, that awesome moment we all love that some people like are like, that's the hypest moment in the entire show, where you get the one-armed Kamehameha with Dad behind him, right? Super sick moment, visually just like, oh yeah, there it is, right? And it's like, let's piece together why this whole moment, like when you look at everything surrounding it, doesn't make sense, and let's break down why it's kind of silly. And he does. And like he like the whole arc has a lot of flaws and problems with it, where you break it down and go like, man, there really was a lot of things in this that just, they had to switch the villains up more than a couple times, because it was like, no, I can't be that old man and the fat ass. No, I can't be a couple of brats.
The editor just keeps going like, man, these people suck. This person sucks. Make a monster. Make like a goo monster with a tail.
You know, and it's like, no, it can't be a couple of brats. Make it this thing. And then like, okay, that thing's there, but no, that's ugly. Right? And it's like, make it better. And it's like, no, that, you know, and it's just like,
that's
it's one
ugly
of the
again.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to charge its laser.
Make it a safe, like handsome design that is an improved Frieza in some ways. And in the whole course of events, like the timeline of what happens to Gohan and what he's doing, where he's just like stuck in a fucking room and he's just standing there going, ah, and then they pull him out, and then Goku doesn't tell anybody and just throws him in the ring, and then it's a non-fight, it's just a fucking wash the whole time. But then he takes one severe battle damage hit at the last second, trying to save Vegeta, and then gets ready for the moment. But the 16 head rolls into the frame, right? And then he has that conversation with him about nature and it being okay to have righteous anger, and there's some people that you can't reason with, right? So the Super Saiyan pop off comes from 16's head having this moment with Gohan and then getting crushed, and then then he fucking points out, he's like, you know, that's the first time that 16 and Gohan have met, and that line has no significance to the kid whatsoever, because he might as well have been saying, who are you? Because we, the viewer, have spent time with 16, but Gohan hasn't. And it's like, oh no! That pop-off is based on viewer feelings for 16, not the person in the story. You know?
I just think it's crazy now that I think of it. It's like, hey, Gohan, we're going to have to pull you out of school. Why? We're going to have to throw a year of your life away so that we can go train for a year so that you can fight this bug man.
So...
Can't you do it? No, it has to be you.
So...
What?
You know, yeah. So it's like, this is all very flawed, right? And I was like, God damn. Now, here's the thing, right? Everyone is going, you're spoiling the video, Wooly. What's the point? Now I don't have to watch it. Wrong.
Well, you can listen to Eli's sexy-ass Kentucky voice.
Wrong. I'm still not at the reason why you should watch this fucking video. The reason why you should watch it, in my opinion, is because after what I just explained is put out there, he proposes a rewrite of that arc. And fucking hell... And I hate being hyperbolic about things, but fucking hell is his rewrite so much better than what we got. And it's like, that's why this dude gets to talk about this stuff, right?
I thought he got to talk about that stuff because he has a YouTube channel.
And a microphone in front of his face with that's all it takes. Right? He proposes a rewrite that, like... it actually, like, while just walking through it and going, anyway, so let's imagine this happens and then that happens and then this, and that's how it is, right? It's like, and then we cut to some footage and he's just breaking it down and like going through it. I'm like, yeah, okay, I follow, okay. And it actually like got me. Like, it really had an impact that I felt in just talking about a hypothetical version of the story. And I loved it. I really loved it. And I feel like that version that he proposed in the little rewritten bit would have made Gohan my favorite character in the entire series if things flowed out that way, you know?
See, this is how fan fiction happened.
It is.
This is how somebody goes,
it
hey,
sure
you
is.
know what would help this character if this happens.
So, Wooly spoiling the video? No, fuck off. Listen to me. Go watch that. that proposal.
Well, I don't need to now. Now I know that the whole video is about a rewrite.
Yeah. No,
I don't need to watch that.
half the video is an analysis describing what in better detail what I just talked about with why it doesn't work, and then the last half is here's what would have worked, and the here's what would have worked is fucking choice. It's super good.
I have an idea for a Gohan rewrite,
and so I'll leave it there because I don't want to go into the details of what he proposes, because then, yeah, enjoy that in the video. And then maybe next week or something, I'll talk about, like, the actual things that like, the actual propositions and why they're better and what works and what doesn't. But it's like that arc really could have been something. So I really want to give a huge shout out. Like, go fucking watch The Masks of Gohan, I believe it's called, on Plague of Gripes' YouTube channel. 50 minutes. So, you know.
I think that
Gohan's Many Masks. Gohan's Many Masks.
I think that during the Cell games, Gohan should have turned to his dad and been like, this is stupid. And then him and Cell should have kissed. Nah.
Yeah. If you disagree, if you think I overblowed it, if you don't think it's as good as I said, that's cool. That's all right. Some people will not find that. Some people will. I'm just talking about what I think, and I think I really like it, and I think you might really like it. So, if in case you haven't seen it yet, go check out Gohan's Many Masks on Plague of Gripes' channel.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to look it up. Gohan mask. You can get where can you get? Oh, it's a mask of like a fox thing.
Yeah.
In Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2.
I feel like a beaten dog. I feel like anytime I say something I like, I have to qualify it with, but you might not like it, and that's okay, because there's. I know. I know, but it's just conditioning of years of that sucks, and you're like, all right. You know what?
Wooly, everything that you like does suck.
Yeah, it does.
Everything that I like is not sucks.
Well, then I'm sorry that we don't share the same opinions, and I hope that we can agree on other things.
I think that the fact that we don't share the same opinions is sucks.
It's a really good video. So that's one thing I did with the week. Something else that I did was I watched Toy Story 4.
Oh, okay. How's that?
Have you seen Toy Story 3?
I have seen Toy Story 3.
Have you seen Toy Story 4?
I have not.
Okay. I was in the camp going, why would you go back? Why would you need a Toy Story 4? I don't think you need to do this. Then I watched it and I went, oh, this is very good. It makes sense. I'm glad you did this. I would it's like you're questioning why this exists until you see it, and then you go, no, okay, it was good. It was good. I really hope it's done for reals this time. I would say this, right? At first glance, you're gonna walk out of there going, oh man, like it's gonna make you feel. You're gonna have feels, right? As the Toy Story makes you have feels. That's what it does.
Yes.
But you're gonna walk out of there probably going like, like it was good. Like it didn't hit me as hard as 3, but it was good. And I
don't think much is gonna beat that moment in 3 where they're all holding hands.
And I'm gonna argue that
all die.
Both are fine movies, but there's one scene in 3. No, you don't forget the rest of 3. The rest of 3 is fine. There's one moment that's so dark and horrifying, that is so brutal to any child bawling in that theater. The fucking incinerator scene in 3, it broke all of us. Everyone is broken.
I'll be here with you when you burn to death horribly.
What do we do? And you just have a look. All you have is a look. I rewatched that scene, right? That fucking scene. All you have is a look of just, yep. Well, here it is. It's been a pleasure, And it's so fucking brutal and over the top, and like It is the most it's like borderline manipulative evil shit to do to kids. I remember kids crying about Optimus Prime dying in Transformers the fucking movie, causing them to edit G.I. Joe so that Duke lives. And,
oh man.
And in a world where that was too much for kids, you do the fucking Toy Story 3 incinerator scene to them. Are you mad? We're all scarred by that, and that's why we're going to always think of that as like, yeah, no, that thing, though. And it's like, yeah, man, you're not going to top that. That was brutal. The rest of the movie, very comparable to 4, and great. Really fun, entertaining, you know, and lots of little, lots of heartfelt moments.
Wow, they fucking get super ready to die.
It's bad.
Wow.
It's traumatizing. So all that to say, if you remove what is trauma from the equation, both movies comparably good to each other. But then you insert that bullshit and you go, yeah, fucking nothing's gonna line up with that. Oh God, Toy Story 3. Could you imagine like, you know the loud, angry, like, you know the Russian guy salute crying?
Yeah.
That. It's not children like holding their, it's not tears with mouth closed. It is mouth open and the edges of the frame are fucking blurred. Speed blurred vignette.
Oh, the yammer.
Around the edge of the screen as you because it's so rough.
Oh, what's that guy from is it Kira? Is it Kira from The Seed?
Kira.
That's really on point.
It's in my outro every day.
Ah,
it's Yamero. Yeah, it's the duck. It's
the dog being sprayed by water.
It's Jesse Pinkman. He can't keep getting away with this. Speed blurs around the edge of your frame, guys. All right.
It means the thing you're looking at is a 10.
Turn it red. Put a glowing effect on it. Toy Story 4.
Red eyes.
Toy Story 4 was very good, and the of course it you know, you saw the trailer, I'm sure, right? Of the
oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
So it's like the fucking
the
spork. Spork comes alive. It's like you put a face on it and you wrap a pipe cleaner around it, and now it's alive. It's just
there's a background thought.
Yeah,
on that
it is. It's a foreground thought. It's not a background thought. It's a foreground thought. Why am I alive? It's great.
God, I live the nightmare.
It's great. Okay, so that's what I watched, and then quick shout outs to some games I played. So I played something that I was teasing a little bit earlier. Went through it. We've been playing Sonic Robo Blast 2.
What the fuck is that?
Sonic Robo Blast 2 is the best 3D Sonic game.
All right,
It is a fan-made game from fucking decade ago. And here's the important part. It is a sprite that is running on a 3D background. It's a Doom mod. But the world, picture a world that is a Mega Man Legends-like world. Very blocky, textures that are vibrant and lively, that are very much resembling Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic 1, all the old games on the Genesis. Has all that life. Dope. It has all that life to it. But then the character running around the map in 3D is 2D sprite. And that 2D sprite, you can rotate all around and see magic.
There's a lot of different axes for this fucking sprite.
Magic. You can fully run through that world. And here's the thing about it, right? It's a work in progress. It took them years to get it looking that good. But that to me represents an alternate timeline for early 3D platforming that we didn't get. You're watching gameplay footage?
I'm watching a boss fight, and I'm like incredibly impressed at the air control you have, which negates the need for like the light speed dash homing attack that every 3D Sonic game has to have.
So in this case, the homing attack is it's not a homing attack, it's just a dash forward, but it only dashes in the direction the camera's facing. It never dashes
you just
away.
Line it up and then you dash.
Yes. Right?
It's way better.
And then Knuckles flies in the direction the camera's facing. Everything is kind of like that, right? This game represents an alternate pathway in 3D platforming that never happened. We could have seen the earliest 3D platformers as from the N64 and the Dreamcast days. We could have seen games that had sprites on a vibrant 3D world instead of going all the way into adventure or like early bad 3D that ages poorly, you know? Like thank God that Super Mario 64 is such a good game on its fundamentals.
Yeah.
Because, you know,
that game's like a miracle.
It fundamentally has such strong design principles that it outshines the era of 3D it comes from, right? And I would say Ocarina of Time also has that magic about it.
Yeah, I'd say so. I would absolutely say so.
Where it's like you come from an era of awful, horribly dated garbage 3D.
Yeah, because you could get a fucking Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, or you could occasionally get something like a fucking Castlevania 64.
Sure, exactly, right?
It's like fucking god damn it.
Ocarina and you know 60 and Mario, like with the quality of their game design outshining the era they come from. But if we went this route, it would have been a much clearer link to the 16-bit era, but also embracing like 3D possibilities. It's more of a half step, but it looks so good.
Well, considering a full step got us garbage like Sonic Adventure, that's fine.
If we went in this direction instead of Sonic Adventure, it would have been great, because eventually when we would go to Sonic Adventure, we wouldn't, like, you know what I mean? It wouldn't have been so creepy and weird with some of their, like, the way their mouth moves and the, like, some of the technical, like, weird shit about it, despite the fact that, like, some parts are still very cool. We love that soundtrack. We love some of the goofy, you love to hate it in some cases. But there's some shit that's so fucking turbo jank that you're like, man, if we went this way instead.
I don't think we necessarily need to get to Sonic Adventure.
No, I disagree.
I think 3D Sonic has been a total wash.
I disagree, but I do think that Sonic Robo Blast represents an alternate timeline. Sonic Robo Blast 2, excuse me. And it is, to me, the best Sonic 3D game because it hits you like those Genesis games. And the music, guess what? Fucking incredible soundtrack. The amount of love put into this over that decade I've been describing, tons of characters you can play as, tons of secrets, huge maps, right? So the maps are massive, and this is my only like flaw.
Yeah, I've been watching like the video the whole time, and it's this like canyon map, and it's fucking gigantic.
So the biggest flaw with the game is actually the fact that like so here's the thing, you can play it with mouse and keyboard, right? It's kind of how the default controls are set up. If you play with with a stick, then you have like twin sticks, and then as a result you're constantly moving the camera because you're moving that fast, and you have to turn the camera a lot. So jump and attack are on your bumpers,
of course.
So that it ends up being a bumper controlled game, right? So you get used to the speed you're moving at, and you eventually get good at fine tuning some of your cornering and shit. However, the maps are so big because they're meant to be traversable by every type of character. So Sonic on his own, who can only run and jump, Tails who can fly, and Knuckles who can climb and glide, and then other unlockables that cannot do either of those things. all have to be able to make it through. So every map has tons of pathways leading to the final goal. And they're so big that it's insanely easy to get lost. Very easy, right? Playing through a map for the first time, you will hit a checkpoint. And what's nice about it is every time you make your way to a checkpoint, let's say you hit checkpoint 3, if other characters had checkpoints 2 in different areas of the map, but we get to that third one, those are all lit up. So you never, if you
fantastic.
You encounter a checkpoint that is already lit up, it means you didn't go here, but you didn't have to. This is backwards, right? But there's still secrets back there. There's still things to uncover. There's still walls that you can break and power-ups to get and collectibles. So there's still, if you're trying to actually scrape every area of a level, you fucking will have a hard time doing so. So that is a bit of the issue. And then the second thing, which is a bit more minor, is the way that it's set up is you run into rings, you collect rings in the same way as you do in old Sonic games. But in this case, because they're in 3D space, the formations are very tricky to perfectly nail. The best analogy I can come up for it is, remember in Star Fox when Peppy told you to stay in formation?
Yeah.
Remember how fucking hard that was? Because the outline is like perfectly lined up with the other group, with the rest of the group, and you're just doing your best. It's such a ridiculous ask of the player to stay in formation that you just eventually are like, okay, look, man, the best I can do is not be in formation, but turn and roll when you guys turn and roll. So there will be cases where you see a bunch of rings lined up in a perfect curve, and you're like, I can't fucking run a perfect curve.
We'll get good, man.
And there's no light speed dash. So just go back, stop, and collect them all because you missed 4 of them, you know? But anyway, the rest of the game is phenomenal. And it goes places. The levels are just, they evolve in a really nice way. It's a very complete package. You unlock more after you beat it. It's just incredible. It's incredible, and it's fucking free, and it's out there. And it shows you that the Sega fan games have been a thing for a while. Sega encourages their fan games. So
a lot of them are really good.
Yeah, it's the result of, I think, the company officially sanctioning them. You know. And as a result, now you have this. So everyone knows about the kart game because I think that's a more recent thing. This is older, and that kart game that was based on this is what everyone's like. Yeah, check that out. I'm like, yeah, definitely plan to. But just that adventure game that was from 10 years ago is now the best 3D Sonic game. Period. And
so, one of the most interesting things about this conversation, Wooly, is that we've been pretty harsh on the Sonic adventure games. Because I'm looking at this, and just from the footage, I'm like, man, I would way rather play this than either of the Sonic Adventure games.
You would.
And there are some people, possibly right now, they're like, why they gotta hate on Sonic Adventure? They so wrong, right? And the funniest thing about that is that I look at that and I smile because let's take Mothman, for example, friend of the show, Art Man, Mr. Moth.
Yep.
He loves Sonic Adventure too.
He did.
But see, now I know that Mothman is an idiot because that game is trash. And I feel smart as a result. So I love it when people tell me that my opinion is stupid because it allows me to see who was actually the stupid.
Listen, you don't have to go. You don't have to delete the whole thing. Because there's some endearing jank.
Soundtrack's okay.
There's some endearing jank and memories with Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. However, you don't even have to go into Big the Cat or the Chow Garden or any of that shit. It's just a game where, however you feel about it, you put it next to Sonic Robo Blast 2, and it kind of melts in the sunlight.
Yeah.
It kind of does it's kind of a zombie in the sunlight. In the face of a game that fucking crushes it like this, that keeps all the 2D charm, all the amazing feelings of what you love about the sprite art, but now in an open 3D world where you still feel the speed of 3D traversal. It keeps it all in there, you know? And it also has a cutscene at the beginning and it has a little end, and then it has some zones and some boss fights. And then when you collect collectibles, instead of the bonus, you know how the bonus game in Sonic, where you're running down the fucking on the sphere or down
the sphere one or the half pipe one?
Both of them. You know how those mini games are basically just the game you're looking at?
Yeah.
So those wouldn't be very special at all, would they?
No.
Because those 3D like games are just the whole game this time. So what do? You got to do something extra special for that. Well, in fucking Sonic Robo Blast 2, the bonus levels are you flying as Supersonic, Knuckles, or Tails, and you're playing Nights into Dreams. They're awesome bonus levels. You're flying. Right. You're flying, collecting the rings, doing loop-de-loops, spinning, going into the foreground, coming out the background. It's a flight on rails, but it's such a fun bonus level to throw in there. And then you just go back to the regular game. Super great. Super, super great.
You know, it's funny. Back in the day, I didn't get a Dreamcast. I wanted one, but I couldn't afford it. My buddy got a Dreamcast, and he had Sonic Adventure, and he lent it to me for
the Rona.
A week.
Just cough and say Wuhan.
Yeah,
Wuhan.
Hey, dude, hey, Mark, I'm at home away from your coughing.
It's the new bless you.
Yeah, it's the new bless you. Yeah. But I played Sonic Adventure, and I rented Resident Evil Code Veronica. And I beat those games. I 100%ed Sonic Adventure, and I beat Code Veronica. And I was left with this feeling of like, "Phew, thank God I didn't buy a fucking Dreamcast. If this is the fucking shit that they're going to be putting out on this thing, it's holy shit."
Pat, you know, how wrong you are, because that was a hot console. And you know
not from the two games I wanted to play on it.
Well, from all the rest of the games,
all the rest of the games like Seaman and Blue Stinger, and Shenmue.
Which brings me to my next bit, my next story.
Get out.
Right here. See this? This is a piece of magic. This I'm holding up is a Hello Kitty Dreamcast. This Hello Kitty Dreamcast, I want to give a huge shout out to Shy City Justin. I want to confirm that is in fact correct, because he hooked me up when I went to Chi-Town Justin, Chi-Town Justin, one of the guys organizing the mystery tournament at Frosty Faustings in Chicago. Hooked up this Dreamcast. This is a Hello Kitty Dreamcast, but it's not just a Dreamcast that I have a bunch of these lying around the house. Nothing special about that. Here's the deal. When I press this open button, what you will see here, if I hold this forward, I'm just going to describe it for y'all, is not a disc tray, but in fact an SD card. So that combined with an HDMI converter in the back here equals a fucking dream come true cast, because now you don't have to fucking worry about anything.
So what was the part that would fail on a Dreamcast over time? Is it the CD drive?
The potentiometer. The potentiometer, which was right underneath the lens, would constantly fail, and you would have to crack it open and clean and then readjust it constantly. And when I had to repair Dreamcasts, it was the first thing to go every single time. The lens was weak, and after a couple years of use, it was just not meant for the long run. It was built in such a way.
So does this bypass that problem?
Yes. There's no laser. There's no laser to worry about.
So it took you 15 years, but you finally got 20 years really.
Well, my solution
got a working Dreamcast.
I always have a working Dreamcast. You know, I just have a stack of those motherfuckers, and that's my solution to the problem. Well, the solution has been found like permanently, which is this is modded to fit a nice fucking SD card in and solve all the disk problems that you could possibly have.
Video game consoles should not be limited item consumables, will they? Come on.
I agree. But the release list of this console is so goddamn strong that I will always need to have one because it's just one of my favorite lists ever. And a bunch of those games never got released elsewhere. They never came off of it, or they came off of it in even more obscure formats. For example,
here's a list of Dreamcast games that suck. Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, Shenmue, Seaman, Resident Evil Code Veronica, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Power Stone, Crazy Taxi.
Go on.
Jet Set Radio. Ooh, what a stinky. Resident Evil 3. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what a bunch of garbage.
Trash.
Seriously, though, why did CVX and Sonic Adventure have to be the first? Because I played for that fucking thing.
Doesn't matter. After that came Third
bummer.
Strike, Project Justice, fucking Techromancer dropped after that.
Hey, you don't get to say Project Justice came. Project Justice never came, as far as we're concerned.
Project Justice is there, as is Power Stone 1 and 2. And if you want to go back and like check out the fucking New Generation and Second Impact for shits and the giggles, you can go do that and have some fun loading up your Double Impact. Okay? I need a Dreamcast at all times because it was the Capcom arcade port board. It was the Capcom from the machines to your home board. And it's where I played Skies of Arcadia. It's where a bunch of these games that, like, you know, took a fucking forever to port were for years. Third Strike was locked on the Dreamcast for years, you know? Anyway, I'm happy I got this. This is a nice problem solver. And there's some shit on it that I didn't fucking even, like, there's some shit there I didn't even know about. But, you know, and this is not to get into, you know, for the longest while, guess what? Rez was a Dreamcast thing, right? Cosmic Smash was a Dreamcast thing. Ikaruga, Dreamcast thing. These are the places you had to go for
what
these
a
games.
Terrible console.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, I'll admit, it's all because of the controller. It's because of the controller.
All right, well.
The squishy buttons.
Plug in a converter. Play Virtual On with a PlayStation controller.
I wasn't going to plug in a converter back in 1999.
Anyway, so that's a fucking breather that I really appreciate. And shout outs to Chi-Town Justin for the hookup on that. Apparently,
does he make those or did he just acquire one?
There's a dude who makes them that he knows that also only does a few of them per year, very limited type of thing. All in all, like, yeah, not very easy to acquire type of situation. But, you know, kind of like those, like the modded N64 with the HDMI and stuff like that. There's people working on this stuff out there, and God bless them, because, you know, there'd be shit that would be lost forever. You know, there'd be shit that would be lost forever. Like the fact that look how like not even long ago the eShop for the Wii was like, all right, that's gone. There goes games that are just gone forever. You know,
well, unless
archivists got in and archived.
Hey, you're right, archivists.
But for those
everybody loves archivists.
But for those who didn't, goodbye forever to a bunch of games. Goodbye, Muscle March. Goodbye.
Oh, yeah.
What is Muscle March?
Weird.
It's a series of YouTube trailers.
It's
a thing that I tested, and it's a Wikipedia article. It's not a video game anymore. It's gone.
Oh, you probably get it from the archive.
But that's the point. You know? It's an official fuckery. So yeah, that's the shitty, terrifying side of the digital realm, the digiverse.
Well, I don't know if it's a news article, but there's more shitty, terrifying digital shit that's just hilarious.
Doc
for us to
Lewis's
talk about
Punch
later.
Out. Oh my god, that was a thing too. Yeah. Anyway, no, well, about which one now?
I was gonna make fun of the Stadia later.
Oh, no, that wasn't on the docket, so we can.
Okay, so long story short, Jim put out a video talking about like developers and the deals that Stadia is offering for them, and the deal to put your game on the Stadia is nothing. We're not going to give you any money, or exclusive, or marketing.
Just do it.
Just do it. It's a good system, though.
Did you see the tweet where they said spell out your name using Stadia titles?
All right, yeah.
And then it got to the I, and they just had to.
And it went shrug emoji. There isn't a single game on the platform that has I. Also, there's I saw people talking about there was a guy named in our subreddit named Christopher that couldn't start with an O. There's not a single game with an O either. And I think they might not have a Y either. So they're missing like multiple vowels.
So, you know, cue the reply. Like it's the promo tweet that has the shrug. It's like the thing itself. Cue the replies with people like, "Yo, shrug looks like a banger. Can't wait for that to drop."
People like the guy running that Twitter account is like, I'm just gonna get paid until they shut this thing down. I came in and did my job.
Yeah. Again, I will take my final take on Stadia, and maybe I'll bring it back every time it comes up. But it should have just been another project on the Google Labs tab. You click on the Google Lab projects and you see all these crazy things they're working on, and one of them is some video games that fucking stream to your thing, and it's and that's it. It's a work in progress, and maybe one day it'll be a thing, but
here's the
question. That's all it was.
You know how they've bought some developers to make exclusive games for the Stadia?
They did.
Will those games ever come out at all? Or will the system be canceled before they release?
Oh, that's fucking horrible. That's garbage, man. Ugh. What? You know, so before Iron Galaxy took over KI, Double Fine got bought by Amazon to do Amazon Fire games.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there.
I also don't know what happened.
That sucks, man.
Because there's some developers that spoke, under condition of anonymity, the usual, and they were pretty frank. It's like, we don't know if this thing's going to exist in even a year.
Not Double Fine, Double Helix, rather. Yeah.
Same thing.
That's ugh. It's the imagine if the Epic Game Store exclusive deal, which is like you can't say no, you can't refuse.
Yeah.
But then also it kills you.
Yeah, and also the whole deal is just Sweeney coming to your house and going, "Come on!"
It's a fucking Death Note deal. It's a Death Note deal. It's Pandora. It's Pandora. It's Street Fighter Cross Tekken Pandora mode. You're a developer that gets a supercharge full of cash, and you get bought, and then you're like, yeah, infinite super, infinite meter. But if you don't win in the next 10 seconds, you will die. That's what it is. It's the fucking Pandora activation, man. Oh, God, that sucks, dude. That's a bad fucking deal for folks that got bought out by the Stadia situation. Anyway, well, so that was the Dreamcast, last little quick bit was we had Get Into Fighting Games for Glory.
Mm-hmm.
We had an expert in to come and teach us the fucking ins and outs of Pokken. That game got ported to the Switch, as you might recall, and got a couple new characters. They put the Blastoise in it. They put they put Aegislash in it. They put a bunch of new Pokemon, and just as fun as I remembered. More tech than expected. Definitely like got to see. I'm like, okay, so the tournament players, this is what they do in this game. I appreciate the idea behind like phase shift modes, right? That was such an interesting thing where, if you remember, you would do combos in like the 3D arena mode, and then you do enough damage, and then it shifts the camera to a 2D fighter mode.
That's the weirdest fucking mechanic ever.
It is. And then you do some damage again, and then it shifts back to the field phase and dual phase, right? And the way that was kind of set up is it was very weird. And like when you kind of like get to the explanation of it and you kind of see it in action, it's like, okay, it's basically like a way of challenging zoners, and like it's a way of kind of like converting the situation into one where zoning is stronger versus one where obviously rushdown is stronger, you know? So depending on the goal of your character, it gives you a chance to excel in the phase that your character works best at and try to keep the game there, you know? So it's a little bit of a teeter-totter in a way, almost like a Nidhogg, you know, getting my back against the wall, your back against the wall kind of situation, where if you're using a fucking rushdown character, you want to be in that 2D phase because you have really good setups and moves from there, versus if you're using like a fucking Bryson or whatever, then you want to zone and keep them out. And it just like it adds another layer to the already like pretty simple rock paper scissors that the game has going on.
That game doesn't have enough characters.
It has a lot now.
But there's like 650 characters.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It has a character select screen that's a whole bunch of boxes on it. But the problem is that the IP is Pokemon, so that can go forever.
It's like, I'm not familiar with Grand Blue Fantasy, right? But Grand Blue Fantasy Versus has the same problem. It's like there are like 3,500 characters and they're bikini versions.
You know, the original thing we talked about of like, will they all be fighting types? And it's like, well, no, but there better be a healthy number of fighting types at the very least. I think you got a roster that's pretty healthy for what the game is. If it were any other IP, it would probably have had less. In this case, I don't see them making a Pokken 2. I don't see this really, going anywhere else from where it is at. But the fact that it got freed off of the Wii U, right, and treated to some new characters and extra shit is very pleasant. It's nice. It's not a memory of a distant, forgotten thing. It is now available and around. And
so there's a really great new gimmick Twitter account that you just reminded me of. It's called Poorly Aged Things.
Yes.
And one of the ones that I retweeted recently was that guy who can't hold all those limes.
Yep.
And he is holding a bunch of Wii U games. And he says, why can't I hold all these amazing exclusives? And it's got Smash, Captain Toad, Wind Waker, Pikmin, Hyrule Warriors, Mario Kart, Wonderful 101, Tropical Freeze, Monster Hunter, etc. Bayo 2 on it. And you just look at that. Oh, Zombie U's on there. And all I can think of is the phrase you just used is that Pokken was freed from the tyranny of the Wii U. Like, it was saved. Because no one wants to even go through the trouble plugging that piece of shit in.
Yeah.
Fucking things suck.
Yeah, it's not a fun plugin. The shackles are broken, ported to a thing that we currently have. And I like that, slowly but surely everything we care about has been making its way over because Nintendo knows. And also, it's a nice way to fucking pepper up that Switch library.
Yep.
You know, like grab all the other shit that a bunch of you guys missed because you didn't have a Wii U. Hey, try it again. It was good.
It's like a brand new game.
It's new to you. Just put a little Nintendo, if you haven't seen it, it's new to you, must-see TV sticker on it. It's not a rerun. Anyway, so that's
that fucking thing is burned into my mind decades later.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. It is new to me.
So
You're right.
Kawashi Tai. Yep, that was saved. Xenoblade. All these games are you gotta break the shackles, you know. Anyway, so that's pretty much what I did, and if you would like to see those adventures as described, I did a full LP of Sonic Robo Blast 2. So that'll be Wooly versus.
How long is that game?
The first time through, it's gonna take you a while. After that, you can do it in a couple hours. You can do it in like 3.
Typical Sonic game.
But if you're treating it like you should any 3D game the first time you play it, which is you want to scrape the level for stuff, you can easily spend 45 minutes in each zone. You move very fast. There's a lot of places to go. In some cases, like underwater levels, guess what? Find that fucking bubble with a Z-axis. Find that bubble spot with a Z-axis, motherfucker. Good luck. Yeah.
No, I don't want to.
Or you can just hightail it straight to the goal if you can fly, float, or just zip line. So you can speed run that shit easy or take really long. There is a ginormous castle-like level that just fucking goes and goes and goes. And I was trying to explore it all, and I had to just give up. I had to just give up and move forward.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know, and this was like
Sonic?
I was playing as Knuckles, and this was off camera, right? On camera, I just ran through it and did the run. Off camera, I was trying to cover this whole area, and I'm like, this is like, it felt like fucking Hyrule Field. You know what I mean? Like, it was just like, oh my God. But, Sonic Robo Blast, you know, and Pokken, all that good shit, all available coming up on Wooly Versus on Twitch, Wooly Versus on YouTube, and of course, you can follow updates on Wooly Wools on Twitter. How about a quick word from sponsor?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Who do we got sponsoring the podcast this fine week, Wooly?
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Manscaped. Yep. So, as you may already know, hey, maybe you're familiar with the sound of, ow, fuck, shit, bitch, piss balls, cunt motherfucker, I nicked my nuts.
Damn it.
Maybe you cut yourself shaving.
This will surely hurt more when I dip them into the yogurt later.
Don't dip them in the yogurt. And don't try to fucking cut yourself. Don't try to shave without something that can save you from that, such as Manscaped. Manscaped, you don't gotta fucking scream and cut yourself all up and all over the place anymore. You don't gotta bleed everywhere, and now you got blood in your underwear. Is that what you want? You're trying to make an impressive night. You're trying to make you're trying to have a good time, and you didn't even know that when you were shaving, you caused a spell.
Yeah, and you're trying to play it off like, nah, man, it's my sympathy period.
You know, and then they're like, is this
for you?
And then who nobody wants to be playing around and pull up a handful of blood. What am I trying to say here, folks?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Folks, I'm trying to say that thanks to Manscaped, accidents are a thing of the past. No more cuts and nicks because the Lawnmower 3.0, It's the 3rd generation trimmer, and it's got advanced skin-safe technology, so you keep your fucking boys nice and smooth, and you don't need to end the night in a disaster. The engineering team at Manscaped spent 18 months perfecting the greatest ball hair trimmer ever created and just released the new and improved Lawnmower 3.0. It's premium. Battery lasts up to 90 minutes, so you can take a longer shave. That's a lot of time. It's got a cool LED light that illuminates the grooming areas for a closer, more precise trim. Charging stand, so you can show off that mower loud and proud. Intelligently designed stand, rapid charging dock, powered by USB, and you got to try it for yourself to get to the future with a clean nutsack, not nicked, no pain, no more bleeding, no fuss and muss. Bleeding balls, man. It's a real problem out there if you're not using a Manscaped. You know? I know you know.
I don't.
Get 20% off plus free shipping
man.
with the code SUPERBEAST at manscaped.com. Your balls are going to thank you. Again, you can get 20% off and free shipping with the code SUPERBEAST at manscaped.com. 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use the code SUPERBEAST. Your partner, your dick, your balls will thank you.
The yogurt will go on smooth.
No blood on the yogurt.
Not a single drop.
I didn't know that was a parfait. This week, Castle Super Beast is also sponsored by Away. So, you've probably heard me talk about Away in the past, but for those who have not, Away is quite simply, it's the best goddamn suitcase I've ever used and traveled with. It is a little like it is a perfect container that has all this tech that I didn't even know I needed in a suitcase. They've got durable exteriors that last a lifetime. They can withstand even the roughest of bag handlers. Every suitcase comes with an interior organization system that includes a built-in compression pad to help you pack more in, and a hidden removable laundry bag that separates your dirty clothes. So here's what I do. I'm going to a tournament. I'm traveling. I'm going to wherever I'm going. I'm going to see the in-laws in the Torontos. Well, you grab the Away suitcase, and then you got the little straps. After you pack your clothes in, these straps compress the size of your puffed up clothing with a little top area, and it flattens things out so that you can get more space in there. Then you pack in your PlayStation, you put your Wii next to it, you put your Switch next to it, and again, the compressor keeps it sturdy so that you don't have to worry about
God forbid
space.
You talk to those in-laws. God damn it. No, you need those video games, and you need them safe.
I am bringing them with me, you bet your ass, and it's all fitting in the Away travel case. And of course, when your underwear gets dirty and when you got dirty clothes, you don't want to put it back in the clean clothes that you have in your suitcase. So you got a little zip bag that it unfolds. It's tucked away really nicely in the bottom of the suitcase, and it becomes a full bag where you can put all your dirty clothes. You don't have to worry about a hamper or any cross-contamination from, your grossness touching the clean stuff. TSA-approved combination lock keeps all your belongings safe. 360-degree spinner wheels, smoothest roll. And, I've also, of course, went on about the fact that it comes with a chargeable battery pack that you can hook your USB phone charger up to, and you got juice on the go whenever you need it. On the plane, on the train, all of that. It's just what I use to go everywhere. So, absolute best suitcase I've ever owned, hands down. Real talk. There's a 100-day trial on everything they make, so you can take it out on the road, live with it, travel with it, and get lost with it for 100 days. If you decide it's not for you, you can return it. You can return any non-personalized item for a full refund during that period. No ifs, ands, or asterisks.
Just don't carve a picture of your face onto the side, and you should be good.
Don't do that. I would like to let you know that you can start your risk-free 100-day trial and shop the entire Away lineup of travel essentials, including their best-selling suitcases, at awaytravel.com/beast. Again, that's a 100-day trial, risk-free, and you can shop the entire Away lineup of travel essentials, including their best-selling suitcases, at awaytravel.com/beasts. Beast. God damn it. Speak clearly, dude.
Yeah, I've been mumbling and stumbling my words all day as well. I even lisp a little bit before. Not sure what's going on.
Okay.
Sounds like we got a case of the Mondays.
I hate Mondays.
I also hate Mondays.
Oh, Garfield.
Oh.
No. So yeah, just to let you know, these are products that are designed to last a lifetime. If any part of your suitcase breaks, their standout customer service team can arrange and will arrange to have it fixed and replaced. And they offer free shipping and returns on any order in the contiguous United States, Europe, Canada, and Australia. So awaytravel.com/beast. Thank you, Away.
Thanks, Away.
So let's see what's going on
Now,
out
Wooly,
there.
before we get into the news, could I ask for a small 10-minute recess? Normally, if I had to use the restroom and I was at your home, I would instead be miserable and hold it because I can't use someone else's bathroom. However, since I'm recording this podcast remotely, I am free to take a shit in my own house and would appreciate a quick reprieve.
Will you take all the clothes off?
Yes.
Will you hold the
Yes,
toilet
I
roll
will.
in your hand?
Not the whole time, no.
Will you forget that you're taking a dump and then be reminded halfway through that it's okay to release?
You never know, Wooly. You never know.
I can't stop you.
You can't stop me. All right. So I'll be back in just a few moments.
All right.
How do I mute this?
We are taking a brief recess, and we will be back once Pat has moved his bowels. And we're back.
Hey, welcome back, me.
How was it?
I feel great.
Good.
I feel empty. Like all the poison came out of my butt.
Just, that commercial for Activia with Ripley in it, where she makes the hand gesture. She's like, ooh, just, ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, news.
It's a good podcast.
Full relaxation, right?
Yeah, man.
Safe in the bubble.
Like all day so far, I'm like, man, don't shit yourself on camera. That'd be bad.
Well, how about this then? So we talked about Final Fantasy VII, and we talked about how much we are impressed with it. So why don't we talk about something that we got out of Kitase in a recent interview, saying that it would be a waste to not return to Parasite Eve. Director of FF7, producer of the remake, straight up said in an interview with Kenny Omega, no less, that it would be a waste to not return to the Parasite Eve franchise. I don't know of any plans right now, but it would be a waste to not use those characters. They're
Dude,
very
I don't know, man.
deep and rich, especially Aya Brea. Especially Breakowski, actually, is what I believe
bad
he
is
said.
so bad.
The milk's gone bad, as they say.
It's gone bad.
The milk's gone bad. Milk was a bad choice. You can't not save that franchise unless you delete the last game. And here, right? Let's be real.
Can't do it.
Franchises have done this. It's very possible to just pretend it never happened. You can totally do that. We've seen it with franchises we love. Do it twice. You just go, and you're just like,
don't look over
there. Don't look over there. You can. And I would argue that the milk has gone bad, but it's been so long that it's evaporated.
A lot of people don't even know that milk exists.
That's what I'm saying. There was spoiled milk here, but now it's just a stain. So it's a container to pour more milk in and feed your mitochondria.
I
think
don't know about that, but
it's cheese now. It's become fine cheese.
see, people made fun of me. I thought milk was just old cheese. And then people were like, no, you got to put like an enzyme in it or whatever.
You got to fuck with it. And then the whole pasteurization process. But if you want to get your Gouda and your Brie and your Camembert, you must you got to fuck with it. You can't just wait with milk in a cup and have it turn into cheese. It'd be really cool.
Wait a long time.
It'd be really cool if milk after a time just turned into yogurt. And then yogurt just turned into cheese. That'd be cool. But that's not how it works. You gotta fuck with it. Dairy is a thing.
It's a fickle mistress.
It's a fickle mistress, but that's the only way to get a nice old faux cheese. You know? Nobody told you the cheese was this good. How come you ain't tell me the cheese was this good?
Cheese is good, man.
Cheese is super good. What's your favorite kind of cheese?
Probably blue cheese.
Blue cheese is really good in small quantities, especially as a sauce, as a real thing.
You can't just take a big bite out of a blue cheese. That's
But you like the blue cheese dip though, right? Not the real thing.
No, I'll eat a piece of blue cheese. I'll just eat it.
Oh shit. Okay. I dig it, but you need really skinny slices. Nah,
man. Like as long as it's sub full mouthful, I can do it.
I fuck with marble. I fuck with a nice smoky Gouda. Provolone's all right. Swiss is a little too bland. I find Swiss doesn't have as much flavor as some other flavors do.
Yeah, I need more kick than Swiss provides, man.
Pepper Jack fucking rules.
Yeah, it's okay.
God tier though. Not gonna lie, goat.
Yeah, goat's useful.
Goat is goat. Goat is goat.
Boo.
It's creamy. It's a perfect consistency for a spread and a dip, and also a slice. You know, you put goat on anything that has cheese on it, and you get that
I like
nice.
it with my eggs, but that's pretty much it.
You can throw them on. You can throw it on a pizza, dude. You can throw it on a sandwich.
Get the fuck out.
You can throw it on a burger. You can get little hint of goat on a couple of different stuff. You can put goat on a cracker and just eat that cracker.
Nah, I'm good, man.
Goat's goat. Goat's goat. You know. But yeah, I've moved on. Standard cheddar, standard mozzarella, fuck that. We do marble in this house. We marble up.
Yeah, nah. Like, you need at least a sharp cheddar. At the very least.
I find marble replaces my needs for mozzarella and cheddar.
I also don't care for mozzarella at all.
Mozzarella's pretty...
It's just too bland.
It's pretty bland, unless you're going for the real deal, the real shit. The mozzarella floating in the fucking water. The ball.
Yeah, that's weird.
How do you feel about a good Parmesan?
I love Parmesan.
Parmesan. It's pretty good. I like when the guy comes over and he's like, "You want Parmesan?" And I'm like, "You fucking keep it going. You keep it going. You spread it up. You spread it up. Did I tell you to stop?" Good parm.
I saw a dumb Twitter post recently about a person at a restaurant having spaghetti, asking the waiter, "Hey, can you dust my wets?" And they go, "You can just ask for Parmesan, dude." And they hold up their noodles in their hands and just go, "My wets." And something about that is just so like threatening and upsetting.
What's the most unexpected place you've put cheese and it's tasted good?
I feel like this is a trap to say someone's butthole.
I'm surprised you went that way and not for the obvious under the foreskin. Pew, pew.
I don't know what that is.
It's Richard Cheese, man.
Okay.
It's nasty.
No. It's not my problem.
I would say that cheese was offered as a topping at a ramen place. And I was like, what? Why would you do that? Why would you fucking do that?
Odd.
And then I was like, let's try it. Guess what? It was all right.
What?
It was all right.
Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, it's okay.
It was actually all right. Didn't expect.
That still seems a bad idea to me.
Yeah, it does. It does. But it worked out. It's a decent ramen topping. You know?
What kind of cheese was it?
It was just sliced up. It was grated mozzarella. Just really.
Well, that's nice and mild. I guess that makes.
Yeah, really finely grated mozzarella. You know, nothing big on that. Oh yeah, American cheese. I remember they had blocks of that in my school, and it was just like.
I'm really glad that the Americans, when they made their cheese, correctly labeled it in such a way so that you knew to get the fuck away from it.
I remember having a bite, and I was not impressed.
I was also not impressed. No.
It's fucking plastic, yeah.
It's not real food. It's not real food.
Well, anyway, Parasite.
Nice.
Nice. Now I don't have to smell that. That's fucking rad. That's super awesome.
Yeah, see, there's benefits here.
What's up? Yeah, that's Parasite Eve. Parasite Eve is a thought. But I feel like these are all questions that are a bit like,
I think the problem is that Parasite Eve did become a thought.
But hey,
Hey.
was it Eve though?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. No.
No.
What's the answer I'm supposed to give?
There was the twist. Because you thought it was Aya, but then it. Anyway, whatever.
I legit don't even know what the answer I'm supposed to give is.
The fucking ending of that goddamn fucking thing is just. All right. Anyway, so I would like to imagine a world where they would bother, but it's hard to imagine a world where there's enough groundswell for it. And maybe like, maybe there will be some sort of like thing where someone says, hey, someone internally says like, hey, this is a thing I'd love to do if they get the green light, and then the internet goes, bring back hashtag fuck Parasite Eve, and then maybe there'll be some, I don't know how this happens, but at the moment it's like it's too old, there's too many people that don't know or care, and you'd have to jump over a speed bump that turns out to be a sinkhole that is third birthday.
I cannot imagine any amount of groundswell for Parasite Eve, even being on the same playing field as FF7 or the Resident Evil game.
Yep.
Like I love Parasite Eve 1, but that game does not rate compared to the fucking media outcry for those other two.
Consider for a minute, if you will, would you be happier with a spiritual successor made by a passionate fan of the game that has a similar combat style to Parasite Eve 1 and is just a completely different franchise?
Yeah, sure, fuck it.
Right? Wouldn't you take
I'd
that?
rather see Vagrant Story be taken on with the way that what do you call it? Fucking use your words, Pat. The FF7 combat system. I want Vagrant Story to use that, and I want Vagrant Story to come back.
Sure, I think you'll find a
Vagrant
lot of people.
Story kicks ass.
Yeah, I think you're name dropping something a lot of people would love to see come back there. But as far as Eve goes, it's kind of like the pathway to success is very cloudy. It's murky. It is filled with miasma, and I would say that the pathway to a spiritual successor from a passionate fan is much clearer. And I if someone did that, I think everyone would just be like, "Fuck it, we're happy, we got this," I like that that's an actual possible route to take in the world these days. Trying to think of a dead franchise that's been spiritually replaced that we're like, yeah, that'll do for now. That's
Mega Man got replaced by Mighty Number 9.
That's why I said I'm trying to think of a franchise that got fully replaced.
Well, it totally. What are you talking about? It got super replaced.
Well, yeah, Bloodstained is the game now. Castlevania is a Netflix show.
Yeah.
How about that?
Sure is.
How about that?
Sure is. Earthbound got replaced by Undertale. Somebody pointed it out. That's completely accurate.
Oh, you mean Eastward?
I don't know what that is. What's
Wait,
East?
No, not Eastward. Eastward is a really hot looking game that's coming out. But no, not Eastward. What the fuck was it called? That's the other cool game.
Oh wow, you're really killing it.
The mother for
Oddity.
Excuse
me. See, there you go.
Oddity.
I'm not even paying attention to the podcast. How am I getting this shit? God damn, man.
My memory is poor.
Damn it. You know what you need?
No, I don't.
Meth.
Methamphetamine? Will that improve my memory?
It might.
I have hard confirmation that it won't. Also,
hard confirmation?
Also, I'll start picking at my skin because of invisible bugs, and then my teeth will fall out.
Well, then you'll definitely get rid of those invisible bugs.
But I don't have any right now.
You don't know that.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by meth. Would you like some?
Yeah, fine.
Go see the guy.
Go see the guy.
He's waiting with some. There's actually there was a police thing that was like, they put out a tweet that was like, hey, if you want to make sure your meth isn't contaminated with coronavirus, bring it in, we'll check it out for you. Free testing
every time. Every time.
Free testing down at the precinct.
Every single time.
Yeah.
Every single fucking time.
Yeah.
They do that for all sorts of shit. And the trick is that meth heads are like high on meth. Therefore, easy to trick.
See, the fucked up part is that there is actual like safe injection site style knowledge being put out there, which is, look, if you're going to do your coke lines, please clean the surface of the table. Before you snort, make sure that you are not using a communal straw, you know, and all the little bits and pieces to be like, hey, this is how you can save yourself from catching the COVID, catching the Rona.
You don't want to catch meth either.
Okay. The colors are flashing very fast on your face, so you're clearly no longer playing the same game.
What are you talking about?
Are you playing 14 still?
No, I haven't been playing 14 for hours.
What are you playing?
Nothing.
Final Fantasy?
No, I'm playing Destiny.
Okay. I'm like, yeah.
How could you tell?
Because the action colors. Those are not MMO colors.
Am I being hit with action flavors?
Action colors are hitting your face. All right.
Oh.
I can see them.
It's like I always wanted.
You wanted action on your face? Yeah. Speaking of action.
On my face.
You see that fucking Ghost of Tsushima trailer?
I did. I don't know how I feel about that game.
What?
Like the presentation.
Not the one that was recreated in dreams. The real thing.
No, not that one. The real thing. Yeah, I know. I don't know how I feel about that game because they seem to be just showing off nothing but the story stuff. And I know they had that gameplay reveal a little while ago where they showed off exactly like, okay, here's how it works. But I would have expected you know how most game companies will do like the deep dive and they'll have the character be like, hey, this is how you'll be exploring the world of Ghost of Tsushima. This is how combat works. You know, like the way Rockstar did their shit.
Yeah, the 1 hour walkthrough.
I kind of expected that to have happened by now. When's that game coming out? Is that June?
It's actually going to be June 26th.
Okay. So, yes. Okay. The Mongols are bad. We got to get them. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
But as somebody who played the infamous game and liked them, those games are about shooting, right? Mm-hmm. So I would like a little bit more. I need a little extra.
So this is going to be about combat and set pieces.
Yeah.
The combat will certainly not be on the level of Sekiro, but there's that sort of riposte system.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say that like the strength is going to be in the cinematography. You know, I can definitely get that vibe from it. I think it looks cool, man. It
does look cool. I'm just a little like reticent.
I'm content. I'm like looking at it. The one thing I will say is when they did those cutscenes, some of those cutscene faces looked wonky. Especially I remember going back to the older trailer the other day, and I was like, ooh, that looks a little rawer than I remember. But the way I'm looking at this is it's being made by a team that is like, their strengths are not in like doing what FromSoft does, for example.
No, hell no, God.
Their strengths are in the fucking like directing a moment of gameplay and making it feel majestic and awesome and, you know, high stakes and all that. And I feel like,
I don't know. I felt it was mainly the open world traversal stuff that they had going on in the Infamous series. Like the story in those games is pretty terrible, all things considered.
I guess going off of everything we've seen so far, I'm seeing tons of moments of like, check out the Kurosawa moment right here, you know? And
yeah, huge big weeaboos for sure.
And if they deliver on that, then I'm excited for it.
I would very much like that game to be good. It's the opposite of Neo in my mind, where Neo's story is essentially nothing and it's double trash.
But its gameplay complexity is pure and deep.
And it's also really clear. Like hey, what's Neo? It's Souls, but it's more complicated movement and stamina mechanics.
Yeah.
Got it. Right? Yeah. Whereas, what's the story? And somebody was go, who cares? Whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Here, it's like the story is what matters, and the combat is so far we haven't seen the full breakdown of it, but it seems like it's going to be much more surface.
I would like it to just like, I don't know. There's this weird, just good enough that I'm hoping for. If that makes any sense.
I agree. That's what has me like, looking forward to it. Is that like I'm like, if the combat is not trash, if it's just simple but fine, what?
Simple and clean.
Okay, so I have a clear definition in my head for like simple but fine combat.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Hellblade.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Hellblade to me is simple but fine. There is a single layer to it. You introduce new enemies that can do things, but for the most part, you've got your full moveset there, and you can simply do you can do combo, you can dodge, you can block, you can roll and parry, and it's a basic, like, if you see this coming, do that. Little bit of
I think Batman is like just as good as an example. Like, the Batman combat isn't like deep, but it does feel good to do, even though it's essentially hit button and then hit different button.
Is Arkham not like an evolved like Assassin's Creed combat system?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so
it's an Assassin's Creed combat system that just feels good instead of not shit.
So just tilt stick towards crowd and press the beat up, and then wait for counter opportunity.
Beat you up,
right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd say Hellblade is more than that. Hellblade requires you to actually pay attention to the group and not get surrounded, and
When we did the quick look at Hellblade, you were the one playing it, right?
Maybe, I don't remember,
because I can't remember how it plays.
Okay. Well,
I would explain that.
I've played it recently, and I can say that, like, to me, like, that's exactly what I would hope for and expect of like a game that's going for a cinematic thing, and they're like, looks, combat is not our strength, but we just want this to be functional. If you fucking fire on all cylinders and you manage to come up with an amazing combat system, then God bless. I'll support that shit for sure. But
that'd be appreciated for sure.
But Hellblade being a game that is also pretty much all about the story, all about the narrative, and all about the character momentum. When it does come down to the moments of combat, you're like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with this. It's fine. It just doesn't get much more complex than, the first 3 types of enemies you see, and then eventually bosses with twists here and there.
Yeah, like, we've obviously been spoiled by character action, particularly like DMC 5 that came out 1 year and 1 day ago today, I think. And there's a nice medium state for games to have combat depth. I just haven't seen any from that game yet. I very much would like that game to be good because it looks incredible. We saw some
basic crowd play, block slash. We saw the I don't even know what you want to call it. Isen, maybe? I'll call it an Isen.
Oh, man.
Where like the guy goes to swing at you and he just fucking like he unsheaths and kills in one.
Was that Aijutsu?
You can. Oh, I mean, it's if you're holding the sword, you're in the Ayato stance. But either way, it's the
this weeaboo shit we're hitting.
He does a fucking lightning blade, or whatever you want to call it in Onimusha.
In Onimusha, it's called an Isen.
Isen, okay, so there you go. In Samurai Showdown, it's called an Isen as well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they literally have. It's the same thing. It's like you slash, move forward very quickly.
I was confused that you were using that term and then asked me what it was called in Onimusha. Because like, did Wooly play Onimusha and then forget in that 10 second?
I played Soki in Tatsunoko.
God damn it.
But then
God damn it.
But then also the system is in there and the system is in Samurai Shodown as well. But yes, it's an Isen. So that is what you kind of see, and I'm like, that's cool. But yeah, I'll wait for more. You know, plus there's some like stealthing and some boss fighting and whatever. But anyway, Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Sushi.
Dude, you can't kill people in the back. That's not honorable. I don't care about honor, man.
Hey,
that's what I got out of that trailer.
I don't know if you know a lot about Japanese culture.
Yeah,
but I do.
You do?
Been studying it for years. Yeah. Shame and honor are huge parts of it. Who shot themselves in the foot? The whole joke's gonna revolve around whether or not you can come up with somebody good to shoot themselves in the foot. The ghost of...
The ghost shot himself in the foot?
The ghost of Tsushima shot himself in the foot. Now, wasn't it Final Fantasy?
It was Final Fantasy 13.
For 13, it was FF13, right? Yeah, there we go. All right.
Square Enix is done. They need to take it FF13 off the Xbox 360 and apologize. Little did that person know they should have been apologizing to Xbox 360 owners.
Yeah.
Little did they know.
So that's gonna drop pretty soon. Things dropping. You already hinted at it a little bit earlier, but Black Mesa is fucking out.
It's finally fucking done.
15.
Fine. God damn it.
15. So correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they get... I remember when I first heard about this and I was like, oh, that's a cool idea. I like that. Isn't this like a sanctioned fan remake?
It is absolutely officially sanctioned.
Yeah, because they're selling it for money.
As far as most people are concerned, it might as well replace Half-Life 1.
Sick.
Especially since the new Zen levels are not complete garbage, which the originals were.
What's a Zen level?
Oh, the final 4 levels of the game took place on an alien planet called Zen.
Oh, okay.
And they're fucking terrible.
Oh.
They're absolute garbage.
Okay.
It's why Black Mesa made a big deal out of the last update they put out. The last big update was before 1.0. But they said the game's basically done. And it was the game up until you went through the portal to Zen.
Okay.
And because so many people, when they replay the game, would get to Zen and then just quit and go, good, I beat it. That was this big push of like, hey, look,
you got to fix it.
It might as well be done.
Okay. But then
that shit sucks.
I like a good fix. That's good. That's good.
Also looks great. I loaded it up to fuck around with it, and it man, that Source engine is fucking goofballs, man. Like there's so much weird, stupid shit about it. Like when you change your resolution, the game crashes for about 10 seconds. And you hear the sound just loop and go it's like, okay, fine. Just okay, there. Did it crash or did the resolution? Oh, it took. Good. Yay. Great. Fantastic.
It'll be interesting to live in a world where all the long-term forever projects eventually are out, because FF7 remake, we just got hands-on with it, and Black Mesa just dropped.
There's an element.
What's left?
There's an element of like for RE2 and RE3 and FF7 where you're like, I don't believe this thing is real until it's out. I'm playing it and I don't believe it's real, right? And now, like, how many of those are left? Oh, Half-Life 3. Okay, well, we're never going to get that.
Yeah.
So
Ghost Song. Star Citizen.
Oh, Christ. Okay, well, Star Citizen's not going to come out either.
Yeah. Ghost Song still hasn't come out. Whatchamacallit? Metroid Prime 4. Yeah, for sure.
Bayonetta 3.
Bayo 3. Bayo 3. Yeah.
Do you see that? I don't know if it counts as big enough for a news story, but that fucking quote of like, we understand people are very excited for Bayo 3 and there has been little news. But we promise development is completely fine and nothing is wrong.
Sure.
And all I can think of is like, oh man, everything is burning down and something is fucked up.
Yeah, like, anyway,
There's two ways to take that.
Game is in development.
If it was in a good place, they'd probably have something to show. That game must be on fire.
Kingdom Hearts 3 came out.
That game was on fire for years.
No More Heroes 3 is happening. That's true. That's true. We're getting around to all of the cleanup. Like the backloggery that is the entire industry is being
backlog.
It's being flushed out. And I feel like there's fewer forever games on the shelf still are on the back burner still cooking than there ever were, you know? Last Guardian came out. It super did. Yeah, man.
I didn't even beat it.
Did
you beat it?
No. We spent our formative years, you know, getting attached to a bunch of games, and then we spent our teen years and then 20s sort of falling in love with and waiting for other games to come back and stuff. And then there was just a period of like, I feel like my entire 20s was just remake the thing, you know?
And then they did it.
And it took a decade, but they did do it. So
I went through a much dumber version of that, which
Shenmue
was
fucking 3. Oh my god.
I went through a much stupider version of that, which was remake the thing, but the thing was Resident Evil.
Yeah.
And then they did.
And then they did it again.
And then the answer then became, now do the other one.
Now do the other one. Yeah.
Because it was like, well, we did one. We might do two. I don't know.
Yeah.
And he's like, do two.
I quoted it already, but it's just like Warren Ellis, you know. It's been 84 years. When's Castlevania 3? It's here now. When's 4, though?
When is it?
Yeah.
I don't see it. Where'd it go?
I think there's only been one time that has ever been delivered on, and I will pat my own back in having Mecha Week 2 immediately following Mecha Week 1. Whereas, like, that was a good week. Next day, fucking back in. Let's go. That was a hype drop. When is now? It's now. Don't ask. It's now. It just happened.
I think the best one of that was Twin Peaks, where it was like 25 years later. Oh my God, we're gonna have it, and then you watch it and you're like, I don't think I needed Twin Peaks season 4 because I don't know how I
feel about what happened. Yeah.
Lynch, you've changed. No, he hasn't.
How about that version of it then? The remake comes out, or the sequel comes out, and then it kills your desire for more. Is that not a? Is not that
my desire for more? I was just like sated and exhausted by Twin Peaks season 3. Like, that is an exhausting watch.
Speaking of
that, you watched that indie movie that was him arguing with a monkey?
I did not.
There's a Netflix movie. Hold on, let me pull it up. That David Lynch put out. Let's see. David Lynch, monkey, Netflix. What Did Jack Do? It's called What Did Jack Do? It's like 20 minutes long.
When did that come out?
It's a movie.
What year is
recently,
that?
like a couple months ago.
Okay, it's fresh. All right.
It's called What Did Jack Do? And it's a movie where David Lynch sits across from a monkey that's been animated to have a human mouth. And David Lynch asks him a series of random questions for 14 minutes. And I believe the actor who would then be dubbed over the monkey tries to make the story fit with the nonsense that David Lynch is sending at him. And it's in a fake room and it's in black and white.
I've seen enough Lynch. I'm good. I'm kind of sated, as you said.
Exactly.
I saw some of his old movies, and I saw the PlayStation commercial, and I went, "Thank you."
That PlayStation commercial. Crap.
So
doesn't make me want to play video games though.
So speaking of exhausting, Dead or Alive 6 is back in the news.
Oh man, this one's sick.
Back in the news for good reasons. You know, when DOA does something and everyone gets mad and then goes, "Guys, what the fuck are you doing?" And they go, "We're sorry." Right?
We're sorry.
And then you wait a while and then you forget about everything and then they do it again. And then they do it again.
We're sorry.
Are you? We're sorry that you found out that we see you as whales.
These weebs, they're just so easy.
And we tried to fetch the blubber while you were still alive. We're trying to trim the blubber off of you and send you back into the ocean so that you will regrow more blubber for us to trim.
Tell the other blubbos that there's a good blubber shaving service over here.
They're trying to feast on the blubber without killing the whale. DOA 6 has implemented a system where you can change the character's hair colors, but in order to do so,
that's cool. A lot of video games have that.
You must purchase with real money hair dyes.
Oh, okay.
And when you dye the hair,
like 10 cents?
When you dye the hair, how much does it fucking cost?
It costs $1.
There you go. And when you dye the hair, it is a dye job that is now not an option for you to switch between, but
you dyed that character's hair. That's
locked it in, and if you want to change it back, you must spend another $1. Every time you want to change the option of the hair color, you must spend money on hair dye. It is like fuck you, you're not looking at human beings, you're looking at meat. You're scraping the blubber. You're just
so what I imagine is they have their annual DLC fuck 'em all meeting, and then Shinji stood up and went, "What if we charge him $1 to permanently change the girls' hairs?" And Yosuke said, "I don't know, man. That seems too crazy."
You're crazy. That'll never work.
Every single other person's ideas, and they all worked. And they went, "All right, Shinji, it's time for your hair job idea." "Oh boy, I think we should." I don't know what voice is it. "I think we should have it cost $1. "Oh man, that seems crazy, dude. But you know what? We're gonna give you your shot." "Oh yeah."
Big promotions. Here's the thing. I'm doing
a Mickey Mouse voice. That's what I'm doing.
You are doing the Mickey Mouse voice. Here's the thing, and it's just such a fucking annoying thing for every time this comes up. We talked about like the DLC costs being like the most insane and the most expensive of any fucking video game. And it just keeps coming back in this way. And it's like, now that the gameplay has been improved to be good, now you are in the realm of the games that people are like, I like playing this game. It is a fun fighter. But can you not be a piece of shit for 5 seconds?
No.
I
said no.
So here's the detail, right? Here's a fun little bit. When you save options and whenever you make purchases in the DOA fucking whatever in DOA 6, they're all server side with your saved with your account, right? So whatever you buy or whatever, it's like if you fucking delete your save data, wipe your console, whatever, it's on your account. It's fine. You regain those purchases. hair dye is not associated with any server-side updates or saves.
Okay,
There
so
is
listen.
no way to regain it once you purchase it. It is a single serving item, which does not give you your custom hair back if you delete your save. So that consumable was done and done.
Was very consumable. It was consumed, in fact.
So if you purchased a hair dye and you dyed the hair color and then you lost your save and you restarted it, that hair purchase is gone.
Well, don't lose your save then, piggy. Don't do it.
So when presented with that, Team Ninja was like, "No, that's not a bug. It's working as designed."
We meant it. We meant for people to lose it, so that they had to buy more girl hair.
How weird and frustrating is it that we can literally praise Neo and Neo 2 for being the most generous, customer-friendly,
it's laughable,
quality of life experience in video games right now. Like, it is, Neo is such a feedback-driven game. It's unbelievable how much they care and how much they give. But the team working on DOA from the same fucking it's
not the same development team.
It's crazy. It's crazy that they're both
might be in the same building.
Yeah, it's Team Ninja, but it's not. Yeah, clearly, you know.
I'm sure they spit on each other as they pass.
Here's the other problem: is that DOA has built up an audience and a market expectation of all these microtransactions being maximum scum every time, because they're like, you know, we want to bilk the waifu collectors, you know, bilk the weebs.
Those weebs were born to be built.
Yes, they were. And it's and it's just like, you literally have people in the same building, maybe on a floor beneath you, that are like being praised for how much they're doing with the game.
Oh man, you really scummed them out, man. Oh, I can taste the pawn scum off your desk. Oh, dude, so good.
Yeah, it's weird. It's just fucking weird in the same breath, you know. Anyway, they apologized.
But big anime titties, said somebody in the chat. You're right. You're right, but big anime titties. What are you going to do? They can't be stopped, Willie. Every time you try and argue against the big anime titties, somebody goes, but big anime titties, though. And that's that.
Maybe we need to find that producer and rub some softening gel on them so that they will soften their hearts.
Is that bad for your heart?
If you soften the heart, then maybe they won't be as greedy. And maybe they'll...
Or maybe they'll live longer and can bilk people harder.
Maybe. If you use the softening gel, then the core values will be exposed.
Don't expose my core values. Don't do it, man.
Okay, well, anyway, that's what's happening over there.
Why you didn't like my core values voice?
Shit sucks, dog.
Am I not allowed to go to Evo now? Damn it.
Well, you're not allowed to go to Combat League because MK11 tournament plans were altered at the last second so that the audience could not spectate even though they had live tickets, but the players were allowed in to just play because of coronavirus fears. So
did they get refunds?
There were refunds for the audience, people that bought tickets.
Did they refund people's travel expenses?
I'm pretty sure they did not.
Yeah, see, that's always the thing. It's like, the ticket is always, bullshit.
Yeah, shit sucks. So I believe one Kenny Unruly got stuck out there for that. I think I want to say I think I saw Ultra David as well getting off the plane right as the news hit. So
and being like, shit.
it is a fucking bummer, but that's what's going
E3
down.
is E3 part of the story? Or is there a
E3. Well,
slightly-
look. So shout outs to isitcancelledyet.com, which
Oh,
is
that's a good
just
one.
a list of things happening and whether or not they're canceled. And if they're not, then they sure are on their way to being canceled. So there's the status of yes, no, and uh-oh.
So I think this is a great topic to bring up on our first remote podcast.
Yeah,
I think it's fairly appropriate.
it is. It is. Which is why I'm also going to bring up the fact that, you know how we were talking about Sonic not having anything to reveal in the year that the movie came out? Whoa.
That's right.
Whoops. Well, it turns out that apparently they did have something planned for South by Southwest.
Ah,
But South by Southwest is fucking canceled.
you cancel that shit.
So now they have to plan an impromptu event for April to announce something, and that's what they said on Twitter.
Dude,
so
this sucks.
expect a new Sonic game next month. And
Listen, it was all fun and games when this, global pandemic was, killing people in countries that I've never visited. But my video games, god damn it.
He says as he plays video games on the podcast.
That's correct. It's a form of satire, I think.
I can see that.
Is that what the kids call it now?
I can see that you really, really do hate the current state of affairs.
It's terrible. What a shame. Ooh, I got an exotic. Anyway, yeah, so shit's getting canceled. E3 is basically going to be dead this year. Nobody likes E3 anymore. E3 smells, and also it's going to get canceled for sure.
You know how when someone, you said like just be worse in the video game.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell where your hard drive functions are distributing their power, and I can hear the absolute absent-mindedness, and I feel like a wife at the end of the day describing her day.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's nice, honey.
Yeah, I can
really nice,
I can hear the surface level engagement you're having, and I don't.
Oh, joke's on you, Wooly. This is always the level of engagement I have with any activity.
I don't like it.
You remember that podcast where I had an early copy of Monster Hunter and I played it during the podcast and you were super mad?
I don't remember that.
Okay, I do. It was really funny to me. It was extremely humorous.
Well,
I was playing it on my 3DS.
Even though things got canceled, what they did manage to do is announce Spawn. See that shit?
Yeah, I did. I don't know. I don't have any emotional attachment to Spawn.
He finally has a cape. He finally has a cape.
Soul Calibur, huh?
Nope. It was always a huge missing fucking element that, we were always like, motherfucker, it's a defining character trait. It's such an important part. It's one of his weapons, and it's the reason why we draw him.
But it's also like
super hard to animate.
Intensive.
So the cape's there, and it's actually a part of the thing because yay, right? So it's in there. He's got the chains. He's got the weapons. You know what else he's got?
What's that?
Keith fucking David.
Yeah. I was shocked because I love Keith David. But I was like, they'll never get Keith David.
Keith fucking David, bro. Scorpion.
I love Keith David.
Together we can cleanse
That's
the
an
10 hells.
Incredible Keith David. I'm so glad that my surface level attention span was able to pick up your incredible Keith David impression. Truly, I'm the one phoning it in today.
He does all the stuff, and it was like, yay, Spawn. I know you said you don't have an attachment to Spawn.
I don't. I mean, I saw him occasionally on comic books around, and I saw half of the movie, which introduced me again to how much I hate John Leguizamo. But that's pretty much it.
Well, yay for cool character being done cool and all that jazz. I didn't see the 4 numbers, so I know that's been years, but it's like it's one of my favorite things, even though it's like only the beginning of the fucking character from years ago. I like the idea of the power level limit on the guy. I think that's rad, but oh well.
He's definitely a perfect fit for Mortal Kombat. But what are the 4 numbers? What is this?
He has, so when Spawn first came out, the first thing you saw was like the spread with the character and the page, and then the title, and then the top corner of the panel had 9999, and that was literally the amount of hell magic he had. And every time he uses his abilities, a little bit goes down.
Oh no.
So it was actually a power number. You would see how much he had left, how much juice, how much MP he had in every comic.
Now, was this like an ongoing series thing?
Yes.
Like he was running down?
Yes, it was.
Man, so
and if you do something big and crazy, it ticks over a big digit and not a small one. It was such a cool fucking concept from a comic book character. I'm pretty sure eventually the series lasted long enough that they found a way in the story to make it go away, and he had unlimited power. But the call out, it was successful, right? But the call out, the balls on Todd McFarlane in that original setup to go, this character has meter and you're going to trace the number across the series, and it starts at 9999 and slowly goes down. That was super cool. Isn't it?
That.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, it went away really, it went away early on, right? It went away years ago, but I really just wish to see that. I could see that come back in gameplay form.
That reminds me of. It reminds me of. Oh God, it was a manga that you were talking about, and it was the guy had a gun that he would dial. Was it
Blame?
Blame.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
Killy.
just like, I'm gonna dial this gun up to 2.
Yep.
Oh shit! Oh my God!
Motherfucker went to 5. There goes his arm. Just running around the Dyson sphere. Yeah. It was blame is hot with that. Don't make the number go up. Never.
Don't make it go up. Number go up bad in blame. Blame.
It's supposed to be
Whatever.
blam, but he couldn't spell it. He didn't know.
Oh, those goddamn Japanese puns.
No, it was just a complete misspelling.
Oh.
Her name is Earth.
You talking about Tara, Tina, or Aerith? There's multiple characters that could apply to.
So I think that's a hot mechanic that would make Spawn really unique and fun, and I wish more people remembered it. So that's yay, right? So boo with the fucking the Rona.
Boo to the ongoing plague of our time.
Boo to the Rona. Yay to Spawn.
Yay. I don't think those quite even each other out, but all right.
Just Mortal Kombat being the line of thought.
Oh, okay. With more, okay. I see how you're getting.
But now,
I thought you were saying like, well, coronavirus is bad, but hey, at least we have Spawn and Mortal Kombat. And I was like, that seems a little like
no, the event shutting down, right? But now we swerve it back, right? Now we jump back onto the other rail because we got to talk about the moment where Mick Gordon revealed that he offered to make the music in Mortal Kombat 11, and the guy in charge said, not really a fan.
Not really a fan.
Not really a fan. One of the gods of current video game OSTs was like, hey, that's got my attention. Would you like me to
Nah, man. I don't really care.
Unbelievable. And this is the type of story. This is Michael Jordan at the Hall of Fame induction calling out his high school coach for not letting him in. You know what I mean? This is one of those like, Oh, the botch. Oh, the giga botch. Oh, the turbo fail. 21 Savage
man,
music
Mortal Kombat's
stops.
cool. Can I Mortal Kombat with you? No.
Omega fumbles. Turbo flubs. Omni. It is.
I feel really bad for the person who does do the music for Mortal Kombat because he's kind of getting low-key shitballed on this.
That's what happens. That's what happens when it comes out that someone incredible wanted to make the music in your game and you told him no.
Told him no?
I can't. I'm like, fuck. Do you know how many companies would bend backwards for Mick to be like, hey, I like this concept. You know what this game needs? A choir of metal singers. Let me invent a new genre of music for your game that's never been done before.
Nah, I don't feel like it.
So anyway, that was a fucking wild ride of a story for him to just be like, yeah, I don't know. They just didn't, you know?
They just didn't seem all that interested. Oh, well.
Michael Jordan at the All-Star induction, man. I'll never forget when the coach cut me from the team. It's like, Michael, you're the greatest. You're standing.
Oh, he got cut from the team?
He's like, you didn't pick me, and he rejected whatever he did, right?
That's wild.
But the guy was in the audience. He was there. He invited the people he was mad at from back in the day so that he could fucking call them out at his own Hall of Fame induction as the GOAT. And he's like the drive that makes you the greatest is also
turns you into an insufferable asshole.
Completely unreasonable. Like, years later, from the fucking throne, you summon up this high school coach from the depths and hand him a seat and put him on the chair and put the spotlight on him as you decide it is now time to air the grievances that I have held with me for my entire career and let you know how badly you fucked up. Unbelievable. Only Mike. It's crazy.
Do you think it's that coach's fault that Mike turned out to be such a piece of shit?
It's a part of the thing that made him the greatest. But here's what I'm saying. You thought you were a spiteful son of a bitch.
I don't know. I'm mainly spiteful in my mind palace.
You do not contain an ounce of the amount of spite it takes to become the greatest and go back to your fucking high school coach and be like, fuck you, bro, in front of the world. Man. You don't have that.
Living well.
Say it again?
Isn't that what everybody always said? The best revenge is living well.
Actually, what I say is success is the best revenge. Living well is...
That's what you say?
Yeah.
That's not what I say.
Success is the best revenge. Living well is par. You're hitting par.
No, it's living well, not success. Success is par. Because you can be successful but not live well, and that makes you just as much of a piece of shit as them.
To me,
you don't have to just...
What do you define as living well?
Being a good person, all that stuff.
Okay.
Doing your best by your fellow person.
Okay. To me, those words sound like...
if you were bullied, for example, as a kid, you don't bully others. No bully. Yeah,
okay. To me, the words living well, it sounded like you were simply describing just like doing okay.
No. You can totally get one over on your tormentors.
Like I took that phrasing to mean, yeah, I'm doing okay.
I derive enormous pleasure from being like objectively a better person than people that I hated in the past. It's a form of like smug revenge where you don't have to do anything. You just have to be smug. Smugness is great.
The thought process here being that well, it's interesting.
That I'm the best person in the world. Yes, you nailed it. Congrats.
It's interesting because it's all the it's all of the all of the morals of the story without any of the humility.
Oh, absolutely.
So
in fact, it's like anti-humility.
Yeah, it is.
Like, I ran into a guy who was addicted to me in high school, and he was like high on meth or something, and he was begging for money, and I was like, yeah.
But now I have to question whether or not he was actually high on meth and begging for money, or whether you just saw him and he was just crossing the street normally. And
no, he came up to me and talked to me and was like, "Hey man, I knew you in high school. Can I have some money?" And I was like, "Ha ha ha, no.
Okay.
Get away from me, urchin."
So you didn't filter that. That happened.
Hell no. No,
okay.
that was real. That was a real thing that happened.
Okay. Did he get the Rona?
No, this is like a long time
Very
ago.
long time ago. Okay.
This is like 6-7 years ago.
Okay. See, but what happens if you see the asshole and they are living well?
Well, then they've changed their ways and they've become a better person, and I guess it all worked out in the end.
They must have changed their ways in order to get there, is the assumption.
No, it's not, Wooly. You keep success has nothing to do with it. If I ran into like an old school bully,
being good.
Yeah, it's about being good.
Being good. Sorry, living well.
This can't come from success. That's temporary.
The specific wording of living well sounds like not. It doesn't. It doesn't nail it in the way. So I keep thinking of the wrong thing. Yeah.
Right. So if I ran into like an old school bully and he was like, "Yeah, I spend 4 days a week feeding the homeless, and I'm a social worker," right? You'd be like, okay, time to let that grudge die, because I'm not doing that. So good for them, right?
Unless you are Michael Jordan, in which case you would spend the rest of your life donating so much to the homeless that you crush that asshole in donations and in time and service.
Hey, listen, you know what the homeless don't care about? Why you're helping them out.
And then you do so much that when you are inducted into the Homeless Helping Hall of Fame, you bring out that asshole and go, "You only helped like 4 people this week. You're a piece of shit. Fuck you. Remember when you cut me from the team of the helping the homeless people?" And then you make him feel bad.
I saved them all because fuck you.
And then you make him feel bad. That's the only reason why you saved them. Vengeance.
You did some good. You did it. You took your revenge out in the most constructive way possible. Right?
Philanthropy, revengeance.
I'm gonna plant 10 million trees and help save the environment because a teacher once got mad at me for eating a hamburger, and fuck that bitch. Okay, well, thanks for the trees.
The hero of spite. So it's a strong. It is a strong motivator. So anyway, that was happening with that. Apparently, breaking news is that Reggie Fils-Aimé, or however you pronounce it.
Fils-Aimé, man.
Fils-Aimé. Reggie Fils-Aimé is now a GameStop man.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Really?
Reggie Stop.
Huh.
He's gonna save it.
Well,
he's gonna save it.
If he does, that'd be kind of crazy.
He's gonna push the Funko Pops from the front row to outside the front door so that you see it on the way in. He's going to take the games from the back shelf and put them in the back door and under the counter so that you will only be able to purchase games if you ask for them.
I don't know what can be done to save GameStop.
The answer is nothing. I like Reggie. I do not have faith in Reggie's ability to save GameStop. I do have faith that his paycheck is fucking hot.
Hey, listen, I turned Nintendo around or some shit, right? Yeah, okay. Is that true? Yeah, it's totally true, bro.
They were going to change the
like,
logo, and then I told them not to change the logo, and that paved the way. That paved the way. Yeah, it's like the first part of this sentence is perfectly reasonable. The second part, I don't know. Reggie says...
saw somebody ask, is Reggie scamming GameStop? Yeah. Totally.
Squeeze money out of that brick and mortar before it gets knocked down?
100%.
The gaming industry needs a healthy and vibrant GameStop. I look forward to being a part of GameStop Corp board and helping to make this happen. Reginald Fils-Aimé joins GameStop along the board of directors.
Yeah, that shit is going to die real
and
soon.
Enhances corporate governance to drive ongoing business transformation. Oh, I love these.
I hate the way this shit sounds.
Oh, yeah.
I hate it. That fake government language shit.
Yep. 3 new board members appointed will be effective on April 20th. And also announced a number of corporate governance enhancements implementing new guidelines for board tenure, committee refreshment effective immediately. Yeah, man. Reggie's getting in. He's getting the cash. He's gonna kick ass. He's gonna take names. He's gonna cash checks.
He's gonna get that golden parachute.
And he's gonna bounce.
Yeah, I'll be really real. When I saw people in the chat going, "Oh my God, Reggie at GameStop," I thought they were talking about Reggie doing something at a GameStop, like your Reggie.
Oh God, the fuck.
And I'm like, what the hell could Reggie be doing at a GameStop that would be so dramatic?
Yeah.
People in the chat would be talking about it.
Nothing that you would need to be worried about. I'm certain he's a lawful good boy.
Yeah, I know, but like
Reggie
maybe he's giving out spite steaks to the homeless.
Maybe
Steaks
he's
worthless to a homeless.
Maybe he's kicking over Funko Pops. Who knows? You know?
Could you imagine like some good-natured person like going somewhere and like, here's your steak, homeless man. Go ahead and cook it at home.
You can cook it on a dumpster fire.
I guess you can.
You can cook it with a lighter and a lot of time.
You get that dumpster flavor.
You know, you can cook it on an oil drum. Motherfucker's acting like you can't find fire.
Yeah, you would know. Mr. Amateur Pyro.
Anyway, a couple announcements. Speaking of freeing things off of their previous shackled consoles, Prinny 1 and 2 are coming out, reloaded for the Switch. So those
games are good.
Did you play them?
Yep.
They're PSPs, PSP exclusives, right? Yeah.
They're good.
So the Disgaea spin-off Prinny games were PSP exclusives.
They're better than some of the Disgaea games, if I remember correctly.
Really? But aren't they like fucking? Aren't they like platformers?
Yep.
This guy is like an RPG.
Yep.
Okay.
And boy, is it. It's like an RPG for people who hate being able to play games.
Do you think those pretty dude memes are dated?
No. I think they're just fine. Because they were lame when they came out.
Like Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, the Ninja... Wait, what?
The Ninja Turtles saying tubular and cowabunga years later.
That was also lame when it came out.
And it was like, I mean, that shit's... You gotta stop that.
No, I don't want to stop that, said a Ninja Turtle.
Prinny 1 and 2 exploded and reloaded. Announced for the Switch.
Exploded?
And reloaded.
Okay, that's pretty funny. Because pennies explode when you throw them.
Better than Disgaea, you said.
Better than Disgaea too, definitely.
Wow. Wait, how did you feel about the item world?
Indifferent.
Okay. You don't care about there being a world of infinite grinding?
I do not.
Okay.
That shit feels pointless. It feels there just to have it.
Feels there for people like Min. If you need to min max everything and you've got a lot of time. And then
That's
I
upsetting.
believe the way it was described to me was on the way through the item world, as you level up the item, you will find a better item.
Yeah, that's right.
That's when my brain shattered. Was like, I got a really cool sword. I can max it out if I enter it and clear its dungeons out. And then halfway through the dungeons, you find a better sword.
Better start over. It's like, come on,
Fuck
man.
you.
No
That's
one's got time for
insane.
this.
That's so insane. I just...
Doesn't that make you excited to go back into the dungeon? There could be an even better item. An even better item.
That description just exhausted me upon hearing it. But yes, if you are like addicted to number going up, then that shit right to your veins.
Like some people are. I wouldn't know them though.
Then right to your veins. Surprised you're not all about it. Is it because of the time wasted?
It's the amount. So for me, grinding is a barrier to completion.
Mm-hmm.
So take Destiny for example, right? My favorite thing in Destiny is to get all of the items. So get all of the exotics, for example, right? They'll bring out a new season. Oh, they'll add a couple of exotics. Cool. A few more checks a few more boxes to check, right? With Disgaea, everything's infinite and goes infinitely. So there's no way to sit back and go, I completed it, unless you want to ruin your life.
And the thing you need, which is the day one optimized Excel sheet, doesn't exist.
It's just grind it until it's the best.
Until it's good enough. Because you could steamroll if you stopped now. But if you kept going, you would steamroll even easier.
And that just scales more or less infinitely, yeah.
So if you hit level Flurf, then you one-hit kill every enemy in the game. But if you hit level Blurf, not only will you
kill multiple enemies in one hit.
No, you will still kill one-hit kill everything, but it'll be a bigger number.
Bigger.
Nothing has enough life to withstand it, but now the number is even bigger.
Yeah, I like completion. I don't like number. Like, it's number go up is a factor of completion.
Right.
Honestly.
Right.
So like the number go up in like an MMO is like, hey, my gear score is the maximum it can be for this expansion.
Yeah, but also in MMOs you're playing alongside other people, so there's always going to be like a nature of like,
yeah, which is why
someone else
go totally solo
going harder than you.
Yeah, you can go bananas.
Like it automatically changes the degree of like how worth it is to do once there's another human being in the game space with you that is also willing to go that hard and high.
Yeah, and you're gonna be like, hey, I'll fucking get you, you spiteful bitch. You're the spiteful one, because your number's higher than mine. How dare you?
One last thing going down is pretty fucking out of nowhere, the announcement for a puzzle adventure game from Yacht Club, Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it's basically like Shovel Knight cross your puzzle fighter type situation. Fuck it. Why not? Shovel Knight has been doing them great. Not a bad game in the franchise. Everyone's loving it.
Wait, it is a franchise now, isn't it?
It's a franchise. Shovel Knight, like Shovel of Hope, is what we played. It's the first thing. But like each of those expansions is a whole other thing. All together, they come together with the treasure trove, including the Smash-like showdown. You know, and now they're going into Pocket Dungeon. Meanwhile, Shovel Knight is also in every fucking video game.
Well, that's because he's a likable guy.
/ fish.
Is he a fish? Is that confirmed?
Under the helmet, there's a Truple head.
But is it? maybe that's just a mask.
I don't. That's the problem, is I don't know. But it's there, and it's always there. Like, they always have it as a thing that is, you're never going to not see it. Whenever he pulls it off, you see the triple head, and I'm like, but is he actually a fish man? Or
Dude, I don't know about that.
I think it's a joke,
people.
But it's also like, it's there.
There's a macabre memoir of mermaids in fucking what do you call it? World of Horror, where a guy's trying to turn high school girls into mermaids, and I'm not down with that. Don't turn people into mermaids.
Don't turn anyone into a mermaid.
Or merman. It does in fact feature a reverse mermaid.
That sucks.
It does.
It's also an inferior thing. Like, you'd want to turn the whole point of The Little Mermaid was to turn a mermaid into a human.
Yeah, you're right.
Why the fuck would you want to go the other way with it?
It's fish. I mean, I'm not the person doing this, man. I don't have answers for you. Go play World of Horror to get your answers to this question that divides us.
Or Shovel Knight, Pocket Dungeon.
Or you could do that. That's also.
Is that PAX East?
But then, I mean, you're playing right into the mermaid agenda.
Supporting Shovel Knight is supporting the mermen.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure.
Granted, they do hate the lizard people, so hey, that's something.
Let's take some letters, and I'll leave you to your destiny.
Oh, I'm gonna stop playing Destiny the instant this podcast is over.
I see.
Well, is it hurting your feelings that I'm doing something else while I'm doing this podcast?
Not if I didn't hear the uh-huh. yeah, okay. Not if I couldn't hear it. I can hear it. I'm gonna
listen back to this podcast later, and I'm gonna go check to see how much of that is actually different. I bet it's not nearly as much as you think.
I don't know. Do you know what it's like when it's there?
Do I know what it's like when it's there? I mean, yeah, if you do it on purpose. Drives Paige crazy. She'll be talking about some bullshit that I'm like, whatever.
Well, you can take a look at the chat and see what they have to say about it. It's pretty strong. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Oh, no.
It's there. Right. Oh, it's totally there, Pat. You can totally hear it. It's actually terrible. You don't need to listen back. I can give you live confirmation, motherfucker.
Oh, no.
Let's take some emails.
Oh, no.
Son of a bitch.
I've been foiled in my plan.
Instantly, thoroughly, and completely. If you have an email, you could send it in to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com, and if it's good, I'll read it out on the air, and I'll attempt to answer it. And, Pat will decide how he feels about what he wants to do.
That's right.
Ha-da-da-da-da. Welcome to Age 2.
Age 2?
The prepper years.
Oh, yes.
Welcome to the prepper saga. Castle Prepper Beasts.
I don't think it's that crazy to get some canned food in the house, of which prior to this we had none.
But now you have some?
We have some.
I had a go bag. I still have a go bag. I don't think
a bug out bag?
I call it that too. Yeah. It's not the worst idea in the world. I don't think I'm not going to lean into the bit. You can do that. Sure. But it's just as we cut back each week, when we start to see a progressive hunkering and bunkering.
Mm-hmm.
When you're no longer actually there, but there's just a hologram talking.
I mean, that'd be radical if I could get that working. And the hologram like will occasionally have like a VSync error.
Yeah, exactly. It'll have a little, and you'll have the little scan lines going.
I would love to be a hologram.
All right. So we got mail. This one comes in from Citrus Drink, and he says, apologies for being a little late on this, but a few podcasts ago during the weed discussion, you asked, how high can babies get? While I'm not a doctor or anything, I did spend a few years working at a solicitor's that dealt in medical negligence, and one case came in where a baby was given some morphine. Problem was, measuring out how much to give it, they got the decimal point in the wrong place and gave it 10 times more than they'd planned to. Because they didn't notice right away, and the baby couldn't communicate, it was high as fuck, and they didn't give it any naloxone, which is apparently what you're supposed to do when someone has too much morphine. So the baby just got to be super high for a while. Don't worry. It sounded like it all worked out, though. The doctor they got to be an expert witness for both the prosecution and the defendant said the baby was fine, and there wouldn't be any lasting damage. So it just took it all the morphine like a champ. Sounds like a pretty cool baby. Not saying it's a good idea to give the baby a ton of morphine or anything, but I thought you'd like to know that babies can, in fact, get pretty fucking high. Big fan.
I like that.
Keep
I
it
like
up.
the little hidden story in there, where it's like, the prosecution was very interested in how high that baby was. So I have a really possibly insensitive question. Who's wasting their morphine on their baby?
Well, the baby was prescribed a small amount of morphine and instead got a whole lot of it. And then that baby got to be super cool for a short minute.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
What the fuck is a baby getting prescribed morphine for?
Didn't say. But it must have been bad. Because morphine, that shit feels real good. Yeah.
I've yet to partake in morphine.
I'd say knowing that the baby's okay, the real downside now is knowing that that baby's life has peaked. And it's all downhill from here. Because when it cries, it's not because it's hungry. It's not because it's got to pee or poo. It's not because you got to change the diaper or nurse it or cuddle it.
Because it wants to get high on morphine.
It's because that baby needs to get fucking lit.
Is morphine chasing the dragon, or is that heroin
It is
only?
all downhill from here. You're hearing withdrawal cries. That's what's happening.
Good. That's not good at all.
Yeah. That baby needs to get wet.
There's a story to tell when you grow up. Yeah, you think that's tough. I took more morphine than that as a baby.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, no, you didn't. And they're like, yes, I did. Look, my parents got arrested.
Damn, baby. I didn't know you like to get wet. Baby's like, wah? PCP. Angel dust. He was like, ah!
Man, Training Day sucks as a movie. I fucking hate Training Day. The story's garbage. And I just there are a lot of scenes that don't go anywhere. But every scene where he's saying crazy shit like that, you're like, yeah!
Alonzo, baby.
It's a weird movie.
Alonzo. He is the police. King Kong ain't got nothing on him. And not only is that fucking... You're crazy. I love that movie. Not only was that great, not only was it terrifying when Ethan Hawke got left in the house.
Oh, that was very scary.
And they discussed the nature of getting one's shit pushed in.
Yeah.
You're like, it was a fucking good movie. And then it not only gave us that, and it not only gave us Denzel in his breakout villain role, but it gave us one of the best YouTube rabbit holes you can go down, which is amateur actors taping themselves on their phones doing the scene at the end trying to be Denzel Washington. Doing the whole, we'll have you up in Rikers with a fucking thing up your ass, whatever the fuck it was, you know, and that whole end speech.
Sequel to You Talking to Me.
That whole speech of like where he starts out looking around and he's like, all right, Jake, you motherfucker, Jake. That whole fucking scene is so cringe to watch bad actors filming themselves do it. And like he keeps you get to see everybody doing their fucking turn around to call for Jake off screen while talking to everybody and ramping up to the King Kong ain't got nothing on me moment. And it's so fucking bad. It's the best. Training Day ending monologue. The new you talking to me. Totally. And people are filming themselves doing what they think is an Oscar-worthy performance. Is the greatest legacy that movie could have given us.
Is bad acting cringier than bad comedy?
Yes.
It's like a dramatic role?
Yes, because bad comedy attempting to make you laugh is still just silly. It just doesn't land. And someone with a really dumb sense of humor will still laugh at that. Mm-hmm. But bad acting is attempting to get you to feel
a very specific emotion,
and it's attempting to get you in. It's trying to immerse you, and it's just the worst. I feel like it's more cringe personally.
I don't know. I feel like bad comedy can hurt your soul. Whereas bad acting, you're like, you're shitty.
I mean, I guess it depends on how bad, really, But again, I feel like a joke not landing, in many cases, it feels almost like, well, it's gonna land with a bunch of people that are dumb, I guess. Versus like,
doesn't that apply to acting too?
It can't. Yeah, I don't know. Hard question. And bad. Because then you get the room where you can play it off as if you were doing it intentionally the whole time.
Oh, it was so on purpose. Yeah, all that ADR, all that green screen on the roof. Oh yeah, it was part of our vision.
I would, yeah. So here's the deal. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and say that bad serious acting also gives you moments like, "What am I fighting for?"
Oh,
and
it does.
Dark Soul with light.
Yeah, you're right.
And jokes don't do that. You don't remember those moments in that way. Those moments are fucking legendary staples on the wall forever.
You're completely right.
No!
Oh, man. Oh, that's the worst one. Oh, it's so... Oh. God damn it.
So much more important. That shit latches onto you and never lets go. So, yeah. Let's take one here. We got one coming in from Steven. He says, "Hey, Castle Super B-Stars, should D-ranking in games exist? I recently picked up Street Fighter 5, and I went back to ranked, not touching it since Season 1. Granted, I was low rank bronze, went on a big old losing streak and got demoted back down to rookie, which frustrated me because I came to the realization that shit happens like this, but I should still ask, does D-ranking happen across the... or should D-ranking happen across the board? Or should lower ranks not be affected by D-ranking since it can lead to players dropping the game because they feel they're not good enough?"
Yeah, D-ranking should absolutely exist, because if it didn't, then over time you would have to add new ranks to the top, as over time eventually people would get enough points to clear into a new rank.
I think this problem has been solved, and it was solved with Rising Thunder, and it is solved in Teppen, and I don't know who started it first. I'm gonna guess possibly like CSGO or a very large, system game that I haven't played. But the ranking system where you start at the beginning, you start at the bottom, and you make it up a couple of tiers of ranking, that you can be demoted from until you hit a threshold, and then you go to the next point where you cannot be deranked. So you make it all the way from F up to E, but there's F 5 4 3 2 1. You can be deranked between those numbers. When you get a letter upgrade, you're stuck in that grade. You will never go below the letter. Right?
See, that's all right as long as per season everybody gets deranked to 0 again.
Right. So but here's the thing. It's not. But so you make it all the way through the letters, all the way up to A, right? And then you get to A1 from A5, and then once you hit A1, you go to champion. And in champion, the ranking goes, the letter goes away, and the number shows up and tells you what number you are.
I like that a lot.
That's the best way to do this. And it's like, if you're in the top player list, you know exactly where you are on the board. If you're at the bottom,
my favorite thing about SF5, now that I think of it, is that they would just give you a fucking fat number on the screen that just said you're 187,000th player.
Yeah, I kind of find that, like, I get that, but that information is kind of pointless to people at a certain point. When they're like, you're 800,000th, it's kind of like,
it would probably be more useful if it was like you're 1 to 10,000 in silver or B or whatever.
No, it's you got to have that information displayed, but I think they put bronze on the matchup title screen when you're getting into the fight, and then they put the number in game, and I think it should be the other way around, right? It should be like bronze in game, and then like if you want to see the exact ranking on the world ranking, the world numbers, then like you get that exact digit, But I think Rising Thunder, same thing. You start at like bronze, you make your way up to diamond or platinum or whatever, right? Through gold all the way through the rocks. And then once you hit the top of those grading systems where you cannot be deranked from like the highest version of it, you go into numbers. And that's it. It's like, okay, now you're playing with people that you know where they're at. You're higher, you're playing this game's meta, you're one of the best at it. That's that way to handle it. Deranking until a certain point for lower players so that they don't feel like they're like losing progress and get that discouragement. But then at a high level, it's all just pure leaderboard.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a really good way to handle it. I can't think of any immediate improvement that I would add other than I do like how Dead by Daylight and some other games do it, where it's like beginning of the season, everybody deranks a certain amount to like mitigate it or to reset the shit.
Yeah. And the people getting locked in at whatever they've earned at lower rankings is not a big deal because you're not high enough to like, I guess, matter to the grand scale of like I don't know what to, it's just, there's a threshold where it's like, okay, you're not really like, it doesn't matter that much. This is your personal experience of your growth and how you feel about where you're at, but like when you enter the big dog leagues, now you gotta pay attention to that shit. And I kind of feel like that's a fair way to divide it. We got one coming in from Ryan. He says, "Dear Cold Brew and Orange Mocha Frappuccino, not only am I excited for Nintendo Land to open its gates, but I'm excited to see if Nintendo's planning on following Disney's footsteps and have already themed dishes after the food stands. If you were tasked with developing a menu for Nintendo Land's hungry and thirsty customers, what are some of the things you'd want on there? Regards, from Ryan." Off the jump,
I would want a mushroom burger, right off the top of my head.
First things first, I say Goomba muffins.
Oh, I get that.
And cupcakes that are like a 1-up, and you call them 1-up cakes.
Yeah, that'll work.
1-up cakes, Goomba muffins.
Yeah, I want a mushroom burger that is somehow like, because the buns make it look like a Goomba already.
Yep.
Right? So just throw a bunch of mushrooms on there.
That's probably the easiest to go. And then you can make some kind of fire flower chili or some shit.
Yeah, that makes sense. apologize to the home viewers, or home listeners rather, who will be hearing a stupid cat screaming considerably more than the live viewers.
How about one here from Joe saying, "Dear Castellans of Castle Super Beast, how do you feel about words' meanings being changed or removed in the languages in fiction? A few examples. In JoJo, the word stand, or in Kingdom Hearts, key, heart, light, and darkness.
Oh my god.
Or in the City of Insomnia in FF15. Are these words removed from their other meanings entirely? Is there a capitalization system when written to stop any confusion? How would you ask Sora to turn on the light without having him do some anime bullshit?"
I mean, yeah, like in Kingdom Hearts, it's out of control. Those words are totally divorced from their original meaning. They're overused to the point, and they're used in every conceivable context. But I think in JoJo, stand is fine. Like, people say stand up.
How would you ask Solid Snake to come see a Patriots game without him gearing up some sneaky shenanigans? Have you ever been confused by double meanings that might not exist in a fictional universe? Yeah, that I can imagine that getting really stupid. But I also think that human beings are really good at parsing context in conversation.
I think that Solid Snake would love to go to a Patriots game, because he would go, "Hey, do you want to go to the Patriots game?" And somebody would look at him and goes, "Oh yeah, I love the Lale-Lule-Lo." And he'd be like, "Ah, you're one of them."
Yeah. If you were to say the New England Patriots, I'm sure that would help narrow it down. And I suppose, yeah, I can't speak for Kingdom Hearts because that shit seems kind of fucking.
That shit's dumb, man.
That's gone, you know.
Like the darkness.
Yeah. Come up with new words.
With this key door.
Come up with new words. Hey, is there some double entendre with door and key and hearts and?
No, they just say it too often.
Okay.
Just way too often. It's like, you remember that old audio skit about, like, I'm attacking the darkness. You remember that shit, the D&D skit?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, it's ancient. Kingdom Hearts is basically literally just that.
Okay.
The thing that you don't remember or know about. So that really hit really strongly. I'm very proud.
Also, stand in the world of JoJo only applies to people who are stand users, to which
regular people don't know about
they don't
stand.
know what the fuck that shit is. That shit doesn't mean anything. So yeah. Okay. Also, real quick one coming in here. Dear Wooly versus Needles and Pat stares at syringes. Original Paperboy
I don't
here.
like that. Come on.
Pat is super right to be afraid of syringes. A junkie tried to rob me the other day. After defending myself, he pulled something out of his jacket. I saw it was a needle, and I grabbed his arm to take him down. Eventually, he got free and ran away. I was left shook because all those fears started racing through my head. You have every reason to be afraid of syringe attacks. Just wanted to spread awareness of the danger.
Oh, sick. Great. Thanks, buddy. Glad you're all right.
You can put an extra lock on that door now.
Thinking about it. Wow, that's a big nightmare. Holy shit.
Cool. So begins the prepper chapter.
Yeah, something like that.
All right. You have a good one.
I will. And all of you have a good one.
Take it easy, folks.
Bye.